Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here. I hope you had a fantastic day, and after, I could say a long time no see, after an unfortunate longer break, we are back to at least live streams here on the channel again. I'm very sorry that there was a lack of content for such a long time, but as the title suggests, I caught a flu and I simply couldn't voice record for quite some time. But my voice is definitely recovering well, and yesterday I also had, well, I should say mostly today, I had also a very long stream where we looked into the Star Wars universe of Jedi Survivor on the Twitch channel. So there was that, and of course today is also May the 4th. So for a lot of Star Wars fans, a very important day, and actually did some Star Wars stuff. Glad you're feeling better. Thank you. Much appreciated. I read some well wishes, and some people ask, hey, Chris, what's going on? Why is there no stream? And today we are, as a result, here. And the reason for that is, as said, I couldn't voice record much in the past few weeks. That was like 2 weeks or so. That was very unfortunate. Looked into the Star Wars universe, quite euphemistic. Yeah, that's definitely. It was a very long stream. So it was probably a mistake to do that stream before this stream here. Just get very little rest in between. But we are here, and of course here to talk about good old Lord of the Rings lore, which is also fantastic, as everybody here in chat and people are maybe seeing this as a VOD are aware of. I will at times sip at my tea here and hope my voice is working. I need to cough, I need to mute myself and so on. So I try to do this to not annoy you too much. But as I said, it's much better. Feeling better for quite some time, but it was mostly the voice. Like I couldn't voice record for a longer time. And very nice to see some familiar names here in chat, like RS Aurelian, Priscilla TV is here, Matt Coles is here. And there was always a question if I plan on continuing with the film and book difference series. It's a question I get a lot, and as said last time, I plan doing it, but I can't tell when we exactly continue it. Currently, or in its original form, I kind of saw it as like a little format to fill the gaps and to, have a format where I can decide how long the video is. I can make a 10-minute video, a 50, to 20, a 30, or whatever, depending a bit on the topic. That's not always possible, but often. And so as a result, I don't do this currently I don't produce it that often. That is very unfortunate, but this whole Who is Elrond project, and we have the Galadriel project that I hoped to be completed by now, but I'm behind in schedule, and now even more with Chetty Lumpkin. It's a really good name. Also welcome, my friend. Nice to see you here. It's also difficult, like now even more because of not being able to voice record for quite some time. But so there's that. Oh, I took more. I took more than 50 minutes. I also took more than, I don't know, 10 minutes or something like that. But don't worry. You didn't miss much, just the introduction and the situation, basically. Content will now slowly, hopefully, continue also to the main channel. And then there will simply be more stuff. There was also an interesting question in the chat. We come to that in a moment, by Joe. It's kind of interesting. I took a bit longer to start the stream because I wanted to look into this particular question myself first. But yeah, it's interesting. So I hope you people in the last few weeks didn't miss me too much, just a little bit. It's always good when you miss the creator a little bit. Let me also double check if the sound is kind of good. Yeah, it from my side it seems the sound is decent, which is great. But yeah, it's always a bit difficult to say how stuff is working out. But also Joe make a fantastic pun here. Wasn't Law also the Commander Data's evil twin brother? Yes, that was also Law. So nice one on this one. So Aris Aurelian wrote, "The entire world is hyped for the stream. Can't wait." It would not be great if the entire world would be hyped, but of course I hope that some people show up here and have interesting questions or things to discuss. Else we just go on the fly and discuss some other stuff. I almost feel like after not doing much lore content and so on, and these streams, not doing these streams and so on, that I'm a bit behind in like my lore knowledge gets rusty a little bit, at least when it comes to telling people stuff on the fly. So yeah, let's look into our first question for today. A real lore question. I noticed the term Will-o'-the-Wisp was used to describe Gandalf's lighted staff in Moria. Is there any meaning behind this, or just an unusual term? Yeah, it's I would say just an unusual term. So basically, Will-o'-the-Wisp in German we call this. I think the translation would be Irrlichter. And on swamps and so on, they can happen. I don't know what exact explanation for this phenomenon is, but yeah, it's basically an interesting mythologic term that appears, or somewhat mythologic term. And yeah, we can also read the passage in a moment. Let me just copy paste your question onto the screen. I haven't done this in some time, so I feel like I'm also rusty with this. Lore question, here we have it. That's the wrong question. That's the right one. I just have to format it. Yeah, that would actually kind of work. So yeah, if you have anything, a question, or want to discuss a certain aspect, feel free to post this in chat. So here's a question, and your bias trick. Shitty pumpkin. Not bad, not bad. Puns are definitely strong here in the people. Nice to see you all here. So let us read the passage from Lord of the Rings really quick that you are referring to. I already looked it up. For 8 dark hours, not counting 2 brief halls, they marched on, and they met no danger, and heard nothing, and saw nothing but the faint gleam of the wizard's light, bobbing like a will-o'-the-wisp in front of them. I assume you mean this particular passage here. And yeah, it's interesting. It's basically an atmospheric ghost light, as its Wikipedia article describes it in this regard. Seen by travelers, seen at night, especially over bogs, swamps, and marshes. The phenomenon is known in English folk belief, English folklore, and much of European folklore by a variety of names, and so on and so forth. And it kind of often appears here and there. For example, the lights that Frodo sees in the Dead Marshes would also fall into this category. I'm not sure if there is a part with like a physical explanation. Natural explanations here. Okay, science proposes that will-o'-the-wisp phenomena, ignis fatuus, are caused by the oxidation of phosphine. So there seems to be like a chemical process potentially that emits like a little bit of light, and it could be something maybe like you also often have like fireflies and so on, but there are also some other things that emit light. And in Tolkien's work, of course, it's also there. Let me just see if I find a good. I don't have a good image of that. There's some artworks, but I can't use them. I don't have permission, so that is not a way. But yeah, it's basically a description like a little light on the swamp, one of these Irrlichter that appears that you could also see like these Halloween lanterns, something like that, and it's just moving left, like it's bobbing. How does Tolkien described it? It's just, let me just see, bobbing like a will-o'-the-wisp. So I assume it just notches back and forth a little bit while he walks due to his walking movement, and it looks like this. And it's an interesting passage in this regard, because the idea of this particular phenomenon is already pretty mythologic in of itself, I would say, because it seems like it is definitely tied to mythology, at least according to the article here, and Gandalf in of itself is a very mythological figure that often like references, for example, Odin or something like this, not directly in the world, but Odin might have been to some degree, at least parts of the stories we know about him, might have been also an inspiration for Gandalf. So in this highly mythological world, where the Shire is basically our connection point, it's the closest point to us, and it's potentially the least mythological place in Middle-earth. There they go through these dwarven mines, which in of itself sounds like a myth or a fairy tale kind of. Maybe less as a fairy tale, but you know what I mean. These ancient abandoned mines, and then I kind of like how Tolkien here uses this particular term, the will-o'-the-wisp, and brings it to the and just describes it like to maybe underline the mythologic character of this whole situation, and kind of connects it to the folklore of maybe even the hobbits that potentially also know these little tales of like in the there are also like the Midge marshes. Let me just see. Do I have a good picture? Potentially not. Problem for me is currently the images are very small and I don't see them very well. But you all know how the dead marshes are looking, of course. But it would be great to just have some screenshot stuff here. It's always difficult to do this on the fly, though. But yeah, maybe this classic picture is exactly. I think it's the Dead Marshes section is in Return of the King. It's not in Two Towers, if I remember correctly, right? So I would credit the third film, not the second one. I'm not 100% sure right now. We need to watch Lord of the Rings again, I guess. So yeah, here you see like huge fires. It's potentially not the same, but it's basically like a weird fire. I'm not sure if there's in folklore like like a consensus what color this has. But sometimes the lights are also green. When we look into the ghosts in the Dead Marshes, for example, they also get this greenish color, which maybe fits this a bit more. There's also a fairy tale of Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, very famous German writer and poet, and I guess everybody knows him kind of. So, for example, he wrote something, "The Green Snake and the Beautiful Lily," so it might reference also the color green here in this regard, but who knows? I'm not familiar with this particular work, I have to admit. Just checking if we find hints of the color. If it could be like more like, if it looks like more a fire, or if it looks more like something else. It also has a word wisp in it, it seems. A bundle of sticks or papers sometimes, used as a torch, and the name Will, thus meaning Will of the Torch. It's interesting. There's also the jack-o'-lantern. Jack of the Lantern, originally referred to a will of the wisp. That's interesting. In the United States, they're often called spook lights or ghost lights or orbs by folklorists and paranormal enthusiasts. That's interesting. And the Latin word also has fire. So yeah, that's basically the question. So I hope this kind of answers your question already. And it's an interesting passage, but it's not like in-world I think it's not a phenomenon that is like a Tolkien term describing some complex mythological ability of Gandalf or his staff or anything. It's just like a description, and compared to this mythologic folklore phenomenon that might also have some real world inspiration for it that can appear in rare cases. Also hope stream and stuff is still running and doing well. It looks like it. Okay, awesome. I hope the sound is good. If something with the sound, if you hear some cracks or something in the recording, let me know. I'm a bit paranoid recently with my technical setup. Sometimes there can be some issues here. I'm gonna need to change my blends. Oh, interesting. Woody Black says, Will o' the Wisp was also a British 1980s children TV show. That's interesting. Yeah, that's Nosorian also describes it well. They are seen as magical lights, so it makes sense to use them in this particular terminology here. Exactly. That's potentially a very good description here. Okay, Aris Aurelian, who was the Pengulos of Gondolin, and why is he important? Well, that is a very interesting question, I have to admit. But also potentially, I'm not sure how much we can look into Pengulos today. But yeah, this character in specifically is an elf, I would assume, and he's a lawmaster. And he basically, I omitted the question mark here at the end. He's a lawmaster, an elvish lawmaster from Gondolin. It seems there might be different accounts where he lived. I'm not 100% sure if there's also like a different version of this. And as you probably are aware, Tolkien had the idea of that he found ancient mythologic texts and translated them into English. This is the communication situation of his stories, of his book of Lord of the Rings, for example. He found the Red Book of Westmarch, the Red Book of Bilbo, and translated it into modern English. And then the Silmarillion, for example, there was the idea that Elfwine, an Anglo-Saxon lord, I think even a king from, I'm not sure if there's a real world inspiration for Elfwine, but he is basically an Anglo-Saxon lord that by accident sailing around found the so-called Straight Road. The Straight Road is basically, if we jump into our Arda, onto a world map here, let me just see. I think I don't even have... Okay, it's a small disclaimer. I think I don't have an image of the world of the Third Age right now. I have one, but I don't have it here in OBS. It would be complicated to get it in. Not complicated, but it's not necessary. However, he found the world. He basically, the Tolkien world is a mythological version of our world, and he found in a distant future the Straight Road, and then he somehow managed to sail over from Europe, as he's an Anglo-Saxon, maybe from England or so, over to somewhere and hit the Straight Road. And the Straight Road is basically leading to Aman. This is a First Age map, by the way. I maybe should bring up also a Second Age map, but it's also not correct. It's in the far beyond the Fourth Age. Like maybe this is better, but just imagine Numenor would not be there. Maybe I can I just copy it? What? Wait a minute. Do I have a map with... No, I don't have a map of the... We never use the Third Age map for whatever reason in streams. I assume we are mostly in the past, so that makes sense why it never works. Let me just... Maybe I can just edit really quick, because it kind of looks incorrect, and you know how the internet is. It might have the tendency that people say, oh, this is not correct. It can be annoying. But yeah, so, I mean, not even this is fully correct. Wait a moment. Is this even... Yeah, that should be kind of about right. So here the Numenor is missing, and he managed to sail. The island that I want to show, though, is missing here on this map, but it doesn't matter too much. I can just show you the Aman map anyway. And he found Tol Eressëa as a result. This little island in front of the west continent Aman. You have to imagine, it's a bit difficult to show this visually, but the west continent Aman, after the fall of Numenor, we have seen Numenor here. No, that's not Numenor. Where is the Second Age map? This one here. So after Numenor got destroyed, the world was bent, and this continent was removed from the realms of the world. Maybe a new continent, America potentially, emerged there, but Aman was removed from the world and put into the unseen or something like this. But you could still reach it, and it would remain where it was before, which is a bit difficult to describe. So if I bring here my image, that is basically the best image I can find. So it was removed from the world, something like this. Maybe there's a new continent, or maybe further, who knows. The world Arda became a sphere, and this is kind of hovering in the sky, but you can only reach it over a pass called the Straight Road, from the continental mass over it. The elves use this to sail there then in the Third Age, for example, and later in the Fourth Age. And yeah, you somehow get there. It's not really there. It's kind of unseen. Who knows? And he hit this island here, Tol Eressëa, on it. And there he met elves, and these elves explained Elfwine, the lore of the Silmarillion, basically. And he learned Elvish and wrote it down, I think, in his language. And then Tolkien found this and translated this into the Silmarillion. This was the idea. This idea is not, you won't find in the Silmarillion of Christopher Tolkien, that he composed it, because it's complicated, it was difficult to implement, maybe it wasn't finished yet. There are potentially reasons that are too difficult here to explore, and I would actually have to do a bit of research on what the exact idea is of Tolkien to the exact idea is of Tolkien to, of Christopher Tolkien to not put it into the Silmarillion. So there is this problem. So now we come to Pengolos of Gondolin. So you see that the context of that in the world there are actual people who write things down that others can now find somehow and learn from it is very important in Tolkien's world. And so there have to be elven historians, if you would call them, who write the stuff down. And now if we return to the actual question, Pengoloth of Gondolin is one of those historians, or probably one of the most prominent historians in Tolkien's world. And I think I don't have a good artwork of him. Let me just see. Does any artist? No, I don't have an artwork of him, unfortunately. There is one on Tolkien Gateway by Natalie Chen, but I don't have permission using her works. Maybe we should ask her. It's pretty nice. And yeah, he lived, it seems, in Gondolin, and he wrote down some stuff. And Tolkien also wrote some text explicitly mentioning him, that he wrote this text. The Annals of Beleriand, the Dengwes Pengolos of Lembas, the Osanwe Kenta, if you have read the Nature of Middle-earth book. That is the Annals of Beleriand is basically mostly, like, it has different states, I think, like Shaping of Middle-earth, The Lost Road, and other writings, and then later we find the Grey Annals in The War of the Jewels. This is basically what this is. And he wrote down what happens in these distant times of the First Age, describing the stories of, for example, the fall of Gondolin, potentially the fall of Gondolin, of the children of Húrin, of Beren and Lúthien and stuff like this. All the good First Age stuff. Let's put it that way. And yeah, Pengolos wrote this basically all down, and it as a result it survives in the collection of scripts and texts of the elves. And we can read about this, and other can learn from it. And also, potentially, some of it is in Rivendell, and Bilbo can learn from it, and so on and so forth. So, there's a huge connection with this. Yeah, there's also the Annals of Valinor, and so on. So, there's, or the Annals of Aman, as it's called, that's the Morgoth ring. And it's some very important sources for the complete story, the Exiles of Noldor, and so on. So yeah, he has like a huge influence. Yeah, also on Tolkien Gateway we can read, ages later he accepted Elfwine, the Traveler, and taught him about the elves and the elder days. Some of their discussions were recorded in the Dengwes Pengoloth. So that's what I basically meant. That's also why I explained Elfwine so much at the beginning. He also dwelt, it seems, I didn't do the research on this, maybe we need to make a video about Pengolos at some point, but he also was in the kingdom of Gil-galad for some time. And there's a note, I remember this note actually, that is mentioned here. I think in the Vineyard Tengwa or something, there's a text that mentions that Pengolos might have went to the dwarf, I think to Khazad-dûm, and learned Khûzdûl there. And this is a bit how the elves learned Khûzdûl and stuff. So he was Tolkien used him as a device whenever the elves needed knowledge, and this was a scholar who somehow got this knowledge, basically. Yeah, it was during the War of the Elves and Sauron, and after the fall of Eregion, when Pengolos left Middle-earth to Tol Eressëa, last of the lore masters to leave Middle-earth. of the, we should say the ancient lore masters, because Elrond I would also consider a lore master and he's still around, but of the ancient lore masters who noted basically everything and wrote everything down, he's one of the last. So it's a very cool and interesting character. And it is a very cool idea of Tolkien that unfortunately in all its glory and form did not make it that much into the Silmarillion itself, of Christopher Tolkien, who had to compose it out of the text of his father. Like, the composing process of the Silmarillion is always highly complicated and very interesting, especially with all the knowledge that Christopher Tolkien has published, to be very transparent with the process and so on, which I appreciate, of course, and a lot of other Tolkien fans quite a lot, else we would not know anything about all these ideas. You could have just published the Silmarillion and said, yeah, that's it. It would have worked as well. Okay, that's an interesting Rings of Power discussion here. But I don't plan on discussing Rings of Power today, or any shape or form, until the new season comes out. Or something worth discussing. I think there was also another question. I don't want to skip. I hope, Ares Aurelian, I hope your question is kind of answered here. Yeah, that is exactly, Ares Aurelian. That's exactly. So that is who we must ask if we want to get more stories from Middle Earth. Exactly. Yeah, I also would recommend dropping the discussion. Like, I know it's a very like, people are very passionate about this discussion, and it always comes up. But I said I would also love to stay to the books today. Like, why would we get our mood down with Rings of Power and the discussion, and if people like it or not, if we could just focus on what Tolkien actually wrote, and that is, I think, what is far more interesting, right? Yeah, there's very little information on Elfwine. Maybe you are looking for... I can link the post, because usually you write Elfwine with the Old English sound. You would find it, for example, here's an article about it. Like, you write it with the combined A and E at the beginning. That's potentially why you probably won't find him in I'm not even sure if you write him with A and E, Elfwine, if you find it. You find it also when you write him with AE, but I assume if I say the name, you potentially think he's written with he's written like Elfwine, or oops, he's written like this. I just put it in chat, like with an A or with an E or something like this. But yeah, he's actually written like this. So I hope this clears the confusion there. And yeah, it's a very interesting topic to look into. And Tolkien even wrote, I think, some Old English text passages for Elfwine and stuff. It's very interesting. He put in some work. I think the idea might also be quite... Yeah, it's a very old idea of Tolkien, I should also add. Like, this is... I don't know when Tolkien started inventing this character. I can't tell you that. Would need to make some research and hope that Christopher Tolkien kind of were able to pin the exact point down in his books. But to my knowledge, he already appears in The Lost Road and other writings and so on. And even, I even see a note here in Book of Lost Tales, so that's yeah, very, very, very old stuff. But yeah, the Lost Road and other writings, I think, is where we find some of the texts he learned there and so on. It's very interesting. Oh, sorry, double post. Don't worry. I appreciate that you put it here. Exactly, the word Elfwine, if you look at the etymology, it means elf friend, the name in of itself. And that is, it's kind of funny in this regard, because the name Elendil can also mean elf friend. And if I'm not completely... I'm not sure, isn't... Let me just look it up. Yeah, he is an Anglo... he's also known as Witlast, far-traveled, or the elves call him Eriol. Maybe you have heard the name Eriol before. That's Elfwine. And I'm not sure if that is the case, but isn't he, like, I'm not sure, really not sure on this, isn't he also, yeah, descendants of Elfwine of the present time experience memories and visions of their ancestors around the fall of Atlantis, that is Numenor. So Elfwine's ancestors are potentially Numenorians, which is kind of interesting. And yeah, elf in Old English, or we also have Alf in like Gandalf. There's Alf in it that also means elf in the Norse, in the Old Norse, and so on. Yeah, Ryzak puts an interesting point in the chat. Time travel ? Yes, it's very interesting. The idea of Numenor itself, like. He was Tolkien. John Ronald Reuel Tolkien was a close friend to the creator of Narnia, the Narnia's books and so on, C.S. Lewis, and they had like a competition, a challenge going on, and Lewis should write a space travel story, and Tolkien should write a time travel story. And out of this idea, which Tolkien wanted to connect to the idea of an Atlantis-like place, this is what developed Tolkien later into Numenor. Tolkien never finished his time travel story to the degree, except that these Elfwine you could see as kind of time travel. And yeah, you find all of this in the Lost Road and other writings, because the Lost Road is his time travel story. Exactly, Great Rebo puts it in chat as well, and that is pretty cool. Exactly. That is the science fiction series C.S. Lewis wrote. It's kind of funny. Like, C.S. Lewis stick to his challenge and actually wrote a story. I forgot the name. It's a very straightforward Space Trilogy. The Space Trilogy. That is the story, and you see it's from round about 1938, 3, something like this. This is around the time it is. And yeah, there was the group of writers that Tolkien was part of, and they were called the Inklings. And as said, as these writers, there was this challenge. They always met and so on in Oxford. And yeah, it's it's kind of a very interesting story. Oh, there's even more interesting stuff here to unpack here. For example, in the book, some of Tolkien's stuff that he wrote influenced some names in the Space Trilogy. Tolkien notes this in letter 276. We can maybe look into this in a moment. For example, Numenor also exists in the story Eldil and so on. it's kind of interesting. Let me just see if I can find this in the letter as well, because always fascinating to read this stuff here in the book. Numenor. C.S. Lewis was one of the only 3 persons who have so far read all or considerable pen of my mythology of the first and second ages, which had already been in the main lines constructed before we met. So Tolkien started writing a lot of the stuff that we know even before they even met. It's very early stuff. Like Tolkien started writing in the 1910s already. So he points this here out. He had the peculiarity that he liked to be read to. All that he knew of my matter was what his capacious but not infallible memory retained from my reading to him as sole audience. His spelling of Numenor is a heartening error. Something like this. It's kind of funny. Oh, I think I heard of this before. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of fascinating how this is all connected. Yeah, Old Norse. I probably said it wrong. When I was younger, I pronounced it Elfwine, as in the elf wine, as I put it. Yeah, I mean, if you are not familiar, especially as a native English speaker, for example, with the or even if you think, oh, it's a British or an English writer, of course his name is potentially pronounced how how English native speakers would think the name is pronounced, and then Wine would potentially pronounce as wine. But it's an Old English name, and in Old English all the vowel shifts and weird things that happen later in the English language didn't happen. It's Old English, and there it had still this very Germanic, straightforward pronunciation approach for the most part. And so the vowels would often just be like the E would not become silent at the end, so it would be wine. The I would not become I, like wine, but wine or wine. Like in English, it's kind of strange, right? You have, for example, the word win, and when you add an E, it becomes wine. So it changes how the vowel is pronounced. This is unusual, relatively unusual. Some languages do this as well, but at least in Germanic languages, usually this happens in modern language. If I think about German, for example, very rarely that something like this happens. There's some place names maybe where you could argue there's a difference in pronunciation. For example, there's this German city Soest, which is written Soest, and the E is silent, but makes the O longer. So something like this also exists in weird exceptions, but it's kind of unusual language-wise, I think. Tolkien's still trolling us all hard. Hey Chris, can I be a moderator here, considering we talked in 2020 or 2021? Currently, the chat is not busy enough for another moderator. And I already have 3, so that's always great. But thanks for the offer. Oh, good. That's an interesting question. Let me just not skip the other question, which I also found very interesting. Now I have to only find the question again. Yeah, Anthony Nicholson had an interesting question as well. So if there would be something from... Yeah, I think I was already we answered your question. We discussed this now quite a bit. One moment, please. Okay, sorry, I'm back. I had to have for a moment. Okay, so question: who was where was it? Anthony Nicholson. If there would be a thread or an element, I assume you mean from The Hobbit or The Lord of the Rings, you would remove, what would it be? Let me just try to put this here into the message here. Oh, there's an I missing. You don't remove, what would it be? That's a good question, to be honest. I kind of don't want to miss out on anything Tolkien wrote, if I'm completely honest. So the eagles is an interesting element, I think. You could argue, are the eagles, except for kind of bringing success to the whole story, are the eagles necessary in the storytelling itself? Would the storytelling also worked without the eagles? So I think the eagles is maybe not a too bad call, even though I kind of like the eagles as entities in the world itself. But I can get that some people might say, yeah, this you could almost call it like Deus Ex Machina, that they come from outside into the world and save the day, something like this. And often we have the debates of, oh no, why didn't the eagles just fly Frodo to Mount Doom or something, or to Mordor at least, and so on. So yeah, there's a debate that is ages old, unfortunately, and it's a very good question. Is there an element I desperately dislike? I think that is one of the things why I love the Tolkien universe so much. I really had to think hard for an element that I absolutely disliked. Maybe chat has some good ideas. Exactly, the eagles are like an extension of Eru's power via Manwë. I agree on this. The eagles are best. Yeah, that's true. Tolkien kind of created a framework that a lot of other fantasy fans and also writers then later used, like the classic orc, elf, the sorcerer / wizard with the staff, and the adventurer and so on. Like, it's very, very classic fantasy that Tolkien. I want to remove Pippin throwing the rock in the well in Moria. It doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, that's kind of true. But also, I don't know, it makes the situation interesting. The Easterlings are on the Easterlings are a bit dicey and don't translate very well anymore. That's true, but I kind of find it interesting though that this idea, of course, potentially had maybe something like the Huns or something in mind when he thought about the Easterlings as an inspiration potentially, but I think they are kind of interesting. I don't like the pity on Gollum. Will Schreiber. That's an interesting one. I think this is one of my favorite aspects, actually. You could argue Gollum does a lot of things that he does not deserve the pity, but Joe, not a Pippin fan. Yeah, that seems like it. And I really have to think. I can't think of anything. Like, I find all the aspects of Tolkien's work so interesting that there might be something, but I can't think of anything that I would say, yeah, this could have been removed and it would maybe make the story better for me. I mean, some of the stuff that Tolkien later developed that I dislike is often, oh man, that's also welcome, is also Megan, cute and funny voice. I like the funny voice. With Jerry Lewis. Wow. No, one aspect, for example, I don't like. Tolkien had this idea of creating the so-called round world version. I would remove all dwarves. Okay, that's also a bit much. I like the dwarves. Yeah, the round world version, where basically this world here, like we have seen, or we have discussed this now quite a bit. Let me just try to bring it up on screen again. Where this world here was always a sphere and sun and moon always existed. So he wanted to make a world that is more physically correct at one point. And we talked about this previously. Excuse me. In one of the many past streams we talked about this. I'm sorry, by the way. That... Let me just think for a moment. Where could it be? I think it's written in Morgoth's ring. Right, chat? And I know how it's phrased. Yeah, it's a Morgoth's ring. And Christopher Tolkien commented on this that... let me just maybe read this. I don't know. On the other hand, no more finished or complete presentations of the new conceptions at large, the new mythology, this is the round world version, is found. And it seems at any rate arguable that while committed in mind to the abandonment of the old myth of the origin of the sun and moon, my father left in abeyance the formulation and expression of the new. It may be, though I have no evidence on the question one way or the other, that he came to perceive from such experimental writing as this text that the old structure was too comprehensive, too interlocked in all its parts, indeed its root, too deep to withstand such a devastating surgery. I kind of like the last sentence of this passage. It's in Morgoth's ring, about the so-called round world version, this new mythology Tolkien tried to write, and it said basically, I can completely understand what he says here, because yeah, it would be like this idea of the old mythology of sun and moon, of the trees and how all this interact and so on. Even though there are some hints at that, I don't know, maybe the world isn't a sphere and so on and so forth, and sun and moon existed longer. There's sometimes some small details glimmering through that might seem inconsistent here and there. Still, overall, I think into its mythology and what it means, it is actually put. It is put so deep into his writings that removing it would devastatingly alter what he wrote before and change its world too much, that I think he couldn't do this, and that is a potential reason why he abandoned the idea at some point. And it's kind of interesting that Tolkien even tried to do this. I'm not sure what drove him, but this is definitely an aspect I would have disliked. Like, if Tolkien would have changed his mythology to this round world version, I think I would have liked his world less. What I like about the world is that it's so unique and mythological, and it doesn't feel too rooted in our world. As a result, I think that would have been something I don't need personally. Also, let me just double check on something really quick. It's one word. How is this pronounced? Abeyance. Okay, I think I said it kind of right. I mean, yeah, in our world we have a lot of flat world conspiracies, if that makes sense. But in Tolkien's case, the world doesn't remain flat, it becomes round at some point anyway. But I think for the mythological world of Tolkien, it kind of made a lot of sense having this particular idea of this. And another thing I kind of, now that I think of it, is also going into a similar direction, is Tolkien's process of the orc origin. I think the idea of basically transformed elves is also potentially my favorite, though I would have preferred if the orcs were simply their own people, like maybe basically also to some degree, I don't know, children of Eru or something like this. Like we have elves, we have the dwarves, we have men, and after the elves and around the time of the dwarves, we also suddenly orcs start to appear. And at the beginning, they're maybe also like, I don't know, they could be kind of orcish already in a way that they're maybe more like tribes, they hunt and so on. You know what I mean? Like they could be more aggressive in some way. And then they get corrupted by Morgoth, and that is how basically the orcs came to be or something like this. I mean, it would be kind of what Tolkien later does in a way that he uses humans as the origin story for orcs, which also makes a lot of sense, I have to admit, inside the world. But I think that it it feels, for me personally, still very incompleted, even if we consider ideas like the Tale of Ardanel and the dialogue between Finrod and Anres, where the Tale of Ardanel is also told. I think it's part of that, or at least part of the text public. If you look in the book, it's also there. The Athra Bes Finrod a Andres, as it's called. It's also in Morgoth Ring. Interestingly, all the stuff we're talking about is in Morgoth Ring. Yeah, that is true. And in some texts, you definitely notice that Tolkien wanted to go into this direction at Sun Moon, and that this story is just an elf myth and so on. But yeah, I simply like the idea, and it's not nothing I would, as to return to the question, to remove, but I like that it's the way it is kind of perceived by most people, that this idea of the years of the trees, and then comes the years of the sun. I like this idea quite a lot. Even though it makes no sense in a scientific way, but that's not the idea of the book. It's the idea of the mythology is not to be scientific. And I kind of find this kind of poetic, like the idea that when sun and moon rise, that then the time of men begins. Excuse me. Okay, I'm back. But yeah, that's basically it. There was another. Excuse me. Oh boy, that will be interesting. Did was set a framework. There was another question. If you have questions and already posted them, feel free to post them again, because we often talk for some time about one specific question and then move on to the next. And this sometimes, yeah, I think Goose wrote something exactly. A moment ago. We come to this, I think, next. Like I said, potentially skipped some questions by accident. If so, feel free to post them again in a moment. Yeah, you never answer mine. Yeah, as I said, it's I will definitely skip some questions, not because I don't like them, simply because I have to scroll up so much and then it gets basically lost. But I try to answer as much as possible. Something like this. Okay, question. Something that always made me curious in the movies. Did Balrog know who Gandalf was when fought him? That's a very good question. Goose loved you in Top Gun. Wow. Yeah, okay, to the question. Just was looking if there was another question I overlooked. Happy to have pleased. Yeah, it's a good question. Could Gandalf have known, or the Balrog known? Like, in theory, I would say yes, because both the Balrog and Gandalf existed before the world itself existed. And as such, there is a potential to have known. It's not clear if all the entities of Hyrule, all the Ainur, would have known each other. Let me just try to find a Balrog image really quick. This one's here my favorite one. It is hard to tell. Like, in theory, why should they not know each other? I'm not sure how many there are. So there is definitely a potential that this might be the case. So for people wondering, a Balrog is a creature or is a spirit being that took this particular form, and the Balrogs, like the Ainur, are basically, not exclusively it seems, it's a complicated topic, divided into two groups. We have the Valar, which are at least on, like there's Eru, which is God, then there are the Ainur, and some of them are more powerful and have like a different rank among them. There's also like in let's call it Christian beliefs, or maybe even mythology to some degree, I guess, was debatable topic, I guess, if I would call this Christian stuff mythology. But the idea of different angel ranks, like you have archangels, angels, you have powers, and I forgot all the names. You have the cherubim, the seraphim, and so on. Something like this. And there's a hierarchy among these angels, and the Ainur are basically easiest to compare to angels. They serve God for the most part, except those who don't, and then get into this fallen territory. But in the original creation, they are servants of Eru, or his first creation basically, and sprung out of Eru's sword. And as said, when Arda is created out of the music of the Ainur, some of these Ainur go to the planet, and some of them, the powers of Arda, they become then the Valar, and they are bound to the world. They can't really leave it. They have to now stay on Arda. Not only there's also another group, the Maiar, that are angels just of lower rank. Like Gandalf is an example, Saruman, the five wizards, the Balrogs, Sauron, and so on, all Maiar. And they come they are bound, and they serve a specific Valar, so an angel of higher rank. So when they initially came to the world, if all the spirit beings on the world knew each other, I can't really tell. I'm not sure if there's any particular hint for that, but it's not unthinkable to, I guess. So in theory, he could have known. There are, of course, multiple other questions that are not 100% clear to me in this particular context, because I think Tolkien does not really explore this idea too much. Like, Gandalf is like one of the wisest, if not the wisest Maiar, according to the Silmarillion, and he's not like a fighter, so it's hard to tell if he was much around at the time of like the First Age War. So if there are only, in the original writings, there were a lot of Balrogs, or Belrug, and the plural is a complicated topic with those, but Tolkien only uses Balrogs in his writings. And like, we know that the host of the Valar came there and that there were also Maiar there, but we don't know how many. We just know they fought against Morgoth and Balrog and Sauron and so on and so forth. And originally there were like armies of Balrogs, but Tolkien, they were far less powerful. And over many iterations they became just like a handful, like 5 or something. And they were extremely powerful. Every one of them kind of like an army in of itself. And this reduction in number, in a way, could make it plausible. Like, it's easier to know 5 Balrogs than 1,000. You know what I mean? One moment, please. Excuse me. And yeah, it is, as a result, potentially possible that he knew. So the next question we have, because when Gandalf meets a Balrog, we come to the famous quote I read basically in every stream here. Just have to open it, from Unfinished Tales. There's a description like what is an e-study, what is a wizard, like Gandalf, what is the let me just see if I find the quote. Yeah. So in e-study, Tolkien describes it as, "For they must be mighty, peers of Sauron, but must forgo might and clothe themselves in flesh, so as to treat on equality and win the trust of elves and men." That's basically their mission. So they are not in their fully Ainur appearance, but they're actually in a disguise, if you want to call it, as old men walking the world. The question is now, is the Balrog able to see through this disguise or not? And this is very hard to tell, because if we look at Sauron, who also took a disguise, very powerful elves, like even Galadriel, she knew something was wrong with him, but she couldn't fully see through it, even though she also saw the light of the 2 trees. It's probably, Galadriel in this context is one of the most prominent examples of that. And as a result, yeah, this becomes not clear to me. If the Balrog could have recognized who Gandalf was, maybe he could have seen that this Gandalf, especially when he fought him, was more powerful. He for sure noticed at some point. But if he could also see who exactly is now standing in front of me and recognize him, is hard to tell. But the question, of course, is, did the Balrog know who Gandalf was, is a question. So, did he recognize Gandalf? I would say most likely not, I assume. But he might have known that Gandalf is not just an old man with a staff. He will notice very far that he is also an Ainur like the Balrog himself. As a result, yeah, exactly. Goose puts it well. One moment. Excuse me. I had to blow my nose. A bit annoying while talking when your nose suddenly stopping air. Goose puts it well. Definitely at the time Gandalf kills him, but maybe not at the you shall not pass moment. I agree on that. That is definitely possible. I'm not sure if in chat somebody has a good quote or an argument for that he could have seen through the disguise, but I don't know. Yeah, exactly. It's also possible, as Sephiroth says. I think Balrog could recognize another Maiar, but not Olorin specifically. And from his perspective, like Gandalf knowing the Balrog, Gandalf only has to know 5 Balrogs, and one of them is Gosmog, who is already dead at this point, whatever, so he has only 4, like, it becomes less and less, and it's definitely a danger Gandalf could have known about, so he only has to know 5. The Balrog, on the other hand, to recognize, like, there are, I don't know how many Ainur on Arda in Aman living, so there's a potential he doesn't know who Gandalf is, even though, and here we come to another text of Tolkien that is very interesting, or yeah, another note of Tolkien, I should call it, in the Nature of Middle-earth book. If we look into this, let me see if I find the quote, Gandalf talks about guardians. And that's very interesting, because this is only in the Nature of Middle-earth. This was mentioned in no other text, I think. There's not even a hint of this. And we can read in this book, in the chapter Key Dates. Excuse me. In the chapter Key Dates, the Valar sent 5 guardians, great spirits of the Maiar. With Melian, the only woman, but the chief, these make 6. So they sent 6, actually. I like Tolkien sometimes. He sent 5, but there was 1 chief, so it's 6. I kind of like that sometimes, though it's a bit complicated. The others were, and here come very strange names we have, except for Gandalf's name, never heard before. Tarindor, later Saruman, Olorin, Gandalf, Ravendil, Radagast, Palikendo, and Hyminar. The last 2, we don't know exactly who they are. But the theory is that this might be a different name that we also have never seen before. Are the names of the Blue Wizards. Usually they are called either Alatar and Palando or Romestamo and Morinechtar. The name Palikendo and Hyminar never appeared anywhere else. But since we have Saruman, Gandalf, Radagast, like the others could be the other 2. Maybe. How canon this text is in of itself is already, in my opinion, kind of debatable. However, what do these 5 guardians do? They protect the elves on their long journey from Middle-earth to Aman, like the great journey of the elves. They protect them. So, yeah, if you wonder, if you look at our powerful map here, you definitely see that the elves awoke here in Cuivienen and then went, I assume, north around this gigantic Sea of Helkar. They came across, I forgot exactly the route, the Sea of Rhûn, which existed at this time, which wasn't known for a long time, but there are hints in Nature of Middle-earth, for example, that hint, and other texts that hint that the Sea of, I think it's even in Morgoth's ring, that hint that the Sea of Rhûn existed at the time the Sea of Helkar existed. Whatever. They went here to Beleriand and somewhere here, I don't know. There's an island, and they used the island to bring, as a ship basically, Ulmo the Valar, or the Lord of Waters, the Valar of the Oceans, made this possible. And then this island brought the elves in a few journeys back and forth. Some of those stayed in Beleriand, and then it became the Sindar, and so on and so forth. You know the story. The Great Journey. Don't want to iterate here in too much detail. And yeah, this story is in this initial journey from this place to the coast. Probably I'm a bit off with the positions here. The map is just a sketch, it's not precise. But yeah, on this way they were protected by these 5 guardians. And it's interesting that Melian is a chief of them, because she later met Elwe, or also known as Thingol, and they fell in love, and this is how they met. So this kind of idea gives Melian a reason to be on Middle-earth and meet Thingol there. That's very interesting detail from this particular text. However, so we know that these, like for example, Gandalf was on Middle-earth at some point. There's for example the war that often called the War for Sake of the Elves, where the Valar attack Morgoth and destroy his first fortress, Utumno. That is, I don't know. Utumno is, I don't know, very far in the north, like somewhere here. It's hard to pinpoint here. No. It could be here, actually, in this particular place that's later destroyed. This later becomes the Sea of Forohel. I'm not sure. That's just a theory of some people, me included, that it might be there. And Angband, the second fortress, is, I don't know, maybe here, something like this, roundabout. Whatever. It doesn't matter too much, but yeah. So there were several conflicts between the elves and the forces of Morgoth, and Gandalf was at least in Middle-earth to protect the Great Journey, which for the most part seemed to have went relatively peacefully as far as we know. So it's hard to tell if when Gandalf was in Middle-earth, he could have met there. So, but they were guardians, so there is a possibility that Gandalf, not only possibility, that we know that Gandalf, if we take this as canon, was in Middle-earth. The idea at least existed on Tolkien's mind, and there is potential that they have met there to some degree. He could have been involved in previous wars and battles against Morgoth, like this War for Sake of the Elves, and maybe also the War of Wrath, for example, at the very end of the First Age. So there were definitely occasions for them to meet, and Gandalf for sure knew about the existence of Balrogs in the forces of Morgoth 100%. There's no mistake. But as said, to come back to your original question, if Gandalf has, if the Balrog has recognized Gandalf, potentially, I don't know. I don't think so, personally, but it's not impossible. Because if Gandalf and the Balrog would have known, I could have imagined that Tolkien would have built this up a little bit more. Like, let's say they have met each other in the War of Wrath, and maybe there was some kind of story there that Tolkien would have written down there somewhere to basically connect this particular fateful meeting in Moria, reflecting an event of the past or something like that. So in this regard, I think potentially not, and at least it's also Gandalf is in disguise, and it's hard to tell if the Balrog could see through this disguise. But yeah, a long answer for this question, but it's a very interesting question. Top 5 favorite elves. Oh, that's a tough one. I would say on top is, of course, Elrond. Glorfindel is pretty on top. Galadriel would be also on top. I don't know. Círdan would be also in this top 5. And maybe Fëanor or something, because he's a very interesting character. I don't like what he does, but I think he's an interesting character, elvish, in the story. You know what I mean? Like, without Fëanor, there wasn't much of a story. But maybe if we take a less controversial character than Fëanor, I would maybe go with, I don't know, maybe Belek or something like this. It's also a very tragic character, in my opinion. I really like Voronwe, who meets who meets then Túrin, the father of... By the way, I have a new Túrin artwork, which we haven't shown. Speaking of Balrogs, we should also appreciate some artworks here. We have first of all the confrontation of Glorfindel with the Balrog during the escape of Gondolin, which I kind of like. I like the style, and it's pretty nice that Lord Tolkien gave me permission to use this artwork a long time ago. Much appreciated. Shoutouts to her as well. She doesn't do, unfortunately, many artworks, it seems, on her DeviantArt right now. Yeah, Voronwe meets... did I say Túrin? Tuor, you are right. So Voronwe meets Tuor on their way and brings him to Gondolin. Probably just said the name wrong here. I think Sara Morello did a Tuor artwork, or was it Kimberly? The 50-50. I think it might be Kimberly who did a Tuor artwork. Yeah, I think it's Kimberly. Like, you probably haven't seen it yet. The problem is yeah, it's by Kimberly. But we have a new Tuor artwork. Isn't that awesome? I really like the swans there, the white birds that are definitely connected to him. And he also has a shield Tuor with his stuff. It's her own imagination. That's pretty awesome. Marglord is also interesting. Maedhros is interesting. Like the Feanor, Marglor, Maedhros are very interesting characters. I have to say, Celegorm and I think Curufin, yeah, I don't like them that much, to be honest, but the question, which character will ask do you think is the most tragic? Mine would be Smeagol or Smeagol. That's also a good question. I think Elrond is also a very, very tragic character, in my opinion. That's a reason why it's my favorite character. Even though it doesn't seem like it, but the tragedy of Elrond is just so long. Like, it's his whole life, basically, is a tragedy. That is true. Marglord took part in all 3 kinslayings. Also, welcome, Easterdy. Nice to see you. Fëanor was a Walkerman. That is true. Like I said, it's not like I like the character, but I think he brings something interesting into the story. That's what I mean. Like, without Fëanor, there wouldn't be a story. Yeah, the whole Túrin Belek is also a character I think is very tragic in a way. In a way, also Finrod is tragic, I guess, but not as much as some of the others. But the most tragic, I don't know, the Frodo itself is also a very tragic character in a way. But yes, Smeagol definitely, I would agree on that. That's definitely one. But we just had a little detour here. I hope you like the new artwork. Looking forward to use it. So yeah, pretty hard to put the elves like in a top 5 list. I'm honest, like it's really tough. I definitely would say Elrond is my favorite elf, and Círdan I like, Galadriel. These have to be in the list. And then, yeah, I don't know. It becomes okay. I forgot the VIP elf. That's of course almost inexcusable. The powerful VIP elf is of course Finrod. Finrod is also a fantastic character. I love Finrod. Finrod is awesome. So Finrod has to be in this top 5 as well. Finrod must be, like, there can't be a top 5 without Finrod, in my opinion. Let me just see if I find a good Finrod artwork. Where is my... Which artwork... Chat, which artwork of Finrod do I usually use? I think I use this one here by Jenny Dolphin. Considering that I have so many artworks, it's kind of interesting that I have so little of Finrod. But most artists like to draw Fëanor and Maedhros, so... Yeah, Glorfindel's Thranduil is also kind of cool, I have to admit. Thingol is very cool. Aranthia is... Yeah, Fingolfin is also a pretty good choice, Istari, I have to admit. But it's really tough. Like, there's so many cool elven characters. I think Thranduil is kind of interesting because he is also... I don't know. It's a bit difficult to understand his motives and what he does to some degree because it's... He had to... Thranduil is a very late invention of Tolkien. He had to... Originally, the Hobbit, he was just called the Elven King. And he had to fuse with the Lord of the Rings universe quite a bit. And he had to make some tough decisions, I guess, as well. Eärendil, if you count him as an elf, which is technically correct, of course, because he's a half-elven and he decided to be counted towards the elves, then Eärendil also is a pretty good contender for this top list. But it's just too many elves to fit into 5 spots. Yeah, that's true. It's interesting to look. Yeah, Beleg Strongbow was the only elf Tolkien painted. Yeah. Maybe there's also a sketch of Marklord, I'm not sure. At least 6 elves in your top 5, yeah. Maybe even more. Also, welcome Zushan, nice to see you here. Long time no see, I should say. So yeah, you also asked the most tragic. Yeah, definitely. I really agree on Smeargol. I think it's kind of tragic. I think the problem with Gollum is that, or with Smeargol, is that other characters made it better than he did, and he's basically the prototype of when, like, we could almost compare him to Túrin in a way. Like, he had potential, but there were some stupid decisions he made, and there was something, yeah, that's different from Túrin, though. I think Túrin was just sometimes an idiot, but if that makes sense. But Gollum also had something kind of evil in him that was very easy to corrupt by the One Ring, and that is how this tragedy starts. But it's a very tragic and sad story. But Túrin would also be a very tragic character. Like, he is the prototype of a tragic character. But I also think, like I said, Elrond, because of he has to, like, he lost his parents. He got adopted by the people who were responsible for the death of so many people in his family, that his mother Húrin is even more tragic. Yeah, I would agree. Húrin is, like, if we talk about Túrin, we have to go to his father Húrin, who is just even more, like, he did nothing. Húrin did nothing wrong. He just fought in the war with a lot of valor, and he was captured and he got it, like, he was punished for that valor so hard. No, that's true. Maybe Húrin is the most tragic character. That's a good point. I'm not sure why we didn't even think about that. Yeah, it's definitely more tragic. Like, it's more his life in a way. Well, I think Elrond also did not much wrong, but like I said, he lost his parents. His wife got attacked and had to leave. And at the end, also, he kind of loses his daughter and will potentially never see her again, at least in the foreseeable future, as long Arda exists, and so on. So that's definitely a bitter pill to swallow for Elrond there. And it's also a difference to like, for example, Smeagol or other characters. He definitely like Elrond never becomes bitter. Like, he always remains friendly and hospitable and so on, generous. Amros also kind of a tragic character, but I feel like this is a very mythologic story that has it's almost poetic in a way. But the underlying conflict or tragedy of the story is not that well known to us. Like, we don't know why we don't know why his lover does not show up, if that makes sense. Like, Nimrodel was her name. Just was thinking, what was her name? I mean, Fingolfin is also quite tragic in a way. I have a lot of tragic characters. In a way, even Maedhros and Maglor are quite tragic. Though, like, they also did some not so smart decisions in their lives. Yeah, also his brother, right? The brother of Elrond also. Yeah. Good point. A minute of silence for the wood elves who died with Orofer. That is true. Also quite tragic. So we can agree on there are a lot of tragic characters in Tolkien's works. Okay, there's an interesting question by Flydrop. And that's a really interesting question. I hope I find the quote in a moment. I probably won't. Maybe somebody in chat knows the quote by heart or so. That would be awesome. Let me just do the formatting really quick. I hope that works. So, how could an elf, Fingolfin, even challenge a Valar, Morgoth? Valar are way beyond anything walking on Arda, no? That is, of course, right, and Morgoth was also the most powerful of the Valar. But if we read about the battle itself, we notice that Fingolfin... Let me get Jenny Dolphin's artwork up here very fast. That Fingolfin was just mostly evading the attacks. Like, in this particular case, shouts to Jenny Dolphin, of course, and to Kimberly 80 for the other artwork that we looked at of Tuor a moment ago. And so he kind of dodged it. And in the Silmarillion, we can read that the elves could become very, very powerful as well. And it was not like he won, but he definitely managed to sting Morgoth a little bit. Like, there was no chance that Fingolfin would have won this duel. Let me just see if I find this here. I hope this is the right passage here. This is a passage that describes the eyes of Fingolfin while he's riding to challenge Morgoth. Yeah, it should be this one here. He passed over Dornu Fauglith like a wind amid the dust, and all that beheld... Wait, I lost the line here. I have to make this bigger. And all... No, I lost it again. Let me read it simply again. He passed over Dornu Fauglith like a wind amid the dust, and all that beheld his onset fled in amaze, thinking that Orome himself was come. For great madness of rage was upon him, so that his eyes shone like the eyes of the Valar. Thus he came alone to Angban's gates, and he sounded his horn, and smote once more upon the brazen door, and challenged Morgoth to come forth to single combat. And Morgoth came. So this basically kind of describes this, that there was a rage in him, and we can also read that these early elves also had still the light of the two trees in their eyes. So the light of Valinor, the light of Valinor in their eyes. And this kind of empowered them, at least to some degree. And in the case of empowering an elf, like we have another case with Glorfindel, for example, who after killing Balrog is also empowered, and we can read that the Maiar saw him as equal after this noble sacrifice when he got re-embodied in on the West Continent again. So it seems like in certain situations, if they have also some interactions with Valinor, in this case Fingolfin lived in Aman and has seen the light of Valinor with his own eyes, they can become close to the level of a Maiar in some ways, I guess. And this might have been the case here kind of as well. And Tolkien even described that some thought when they saw him, when he rode on his horse past them, that that was Orome, basically. Alright, feel free to, if you have posted it anywhere, feel free to post your drawing of that. Like on Discord, or I don't know if you have it on Twitter or something, on some social media thing. So yeah, this is basically the idea that he empowered there, got into this state of rage, and still with the stuff in his mind. Like, I always imagine it a little bit like if you want to try to catch a mice or something with your bare hands. That's very difficult because it's small and fast and dodges. And that's exactly what Fingolfin did there. Like, Morgoth just smote his hammer grunt onto the ground, and he just created smoking craters doing so, but he could not hit him. And every time, like, the approach was, I'm so powerful as Valar, as Morgoth, the mightiest of the Valar at his peak. He was even more powerful than all the Valar combined at one point. That here in this context, he could just he just wanted to use his brute force and superior strength against him, and this basically didn't work out. He was just too fast and we can read that Fingolfin was just leaping left and right, and he could not simply be hit, and he could just set little stings to him, to Morgoth multiple times. By this, like Morgoth just wanted to overpower him, and it didn't work for the most part until he overpowered him. Of course, at some point, like this was a battle that Fingolfin could not win, and he didn't win it, but he did just so much better than anybody would have expected, and even Morgoth was, I guess, surprised. And from this point on, limped, we can read. Like he sting him 7 times, and 1 time, I think, in the foot. And then also, one of the great eagles came and saved the corpse of Fingolfin. And also scratched into gave him some scars in the face. So, like Morgoth, some scars. And this shows, like, also a Valar in his body can be hurt, but it's definitely difficult. He wounded him with 7 wounds exactly. I'm not sure if the wound in the heel that he limped after that is part of the 7 though. I'm not sure. Could be. I might remember the wording here a little bit wrong. But yeah, Flydrop, I hope I could answer your question. I laugh how Fingolfin forces him to single combat by taunting him. That's so metal. Yeah, it pretty is. It pretty much is. Oh, Pumpkin Rick, can you post your question again, please? I might have forgotten about it or overlooked it. Oh, is it the question? Chris, can you confirm that the Istari had no choice in the way they look? That's a good question, to be honest. I think I'm not able to answer this in a lot of detail. But I hope to the previous question, like to Flydrop, I hope this answers your question. Kind of, maybe. But you also have to think of, like, just to add to the Fingolfin versus Morgoth question, one last sentence. We often talk about the concept of power in Tolkien's world, and this concept, like, what does power mean in this context? That's always kind of difficult to determine, because power is a very abstract point. Like, you could argue that, let's say, the President of the United States is very powerful, but that doesn't mean that he defeats everybody in single combat, if that makes sense. Here we talk about supernatural entities, but their power is, of course, also, oh, vielen Dank, keine Ursache, gern geschehen. Here it's, of course, also that we have supernatural beings who actually can deform the world itself and change the matter of the world itself and change even the creatures of the world. But it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody is just an exceptional good fighter. This might be the case, for example, for Tulkas or for Orome or so, because that is basically what they are known for, and what is basically their outstanding ability as Valar. But for Morgoth, it's more like creating dissonance. Like, he spread his power also. This is another important concept. When Morgoth came to Middle-earth, he was more, or Melkor, as he was called then, he was more powerful than all the other Valar together. Like, they could not defeat him. The reason why they later could defeat him was Morgoth then created servants, and he put his power into them. Not only that, he also put his power into the world, the matter of the landmass of Arda itself, and corrupted it. And as such, he spread his power. So the power that he possesses is still there, and it does things, terrible things, but it's not focused on one entity anymore. And this basically made him as an entity much, much weaker compared to when he initially came to Middle Earth, or to the world itself, to Arda. And this you have to also put into consideration. Like here, Fingolfin challenges Morgoth, who has already spread all his power into the world and has thousands of servants that he controls and so on and so forth, to single combat. And here, the chances of Fingolfin were actually not that bad, even though he was still more powerful than he was, but his whole power was not focused on one point anymore. It was already spread out. And that is a very important thing to consider. First of all, the nature of his power. What does power actually mean? Power doesn't necessarily mean that you are the strongest warrior of all the time. Like, Gandalf is also one of the most powerful Maiar, in my opinion, but his power is wisdom. It's not necessary. He, of course, can also fight and defend himself, and he's a supernatural being that is powerful. But if you fight another supernatural being that is powerful, Gandalf might lose or get a draw, like against the Balrog. Both died at the end, even though special circumstances and such. But still, Gandalf made it at the end. With Gandalf's help, Sauron could be defeated at the very end. Of course, also Eru's help and so on. But this shows Gandalf's power. Like, a lot of others have not succeeded defeating the evil power, but Gandalf did at the end. And I think that's definitely a point to put out and make very powerful. Yeah, but next is the appearance question, I think, of Pumpkin Rick, I think. Yes, Pumpkin Rick it was. As said, if you have a question, feel free to post it. When we are at this point, we're looking for new questions. Feel free to post it again so I can see it or so. I hope I find it again. I have to scroll up quite a bit. Here it is. Bring it at chat. Like I said, it's potentially a very short answer. I potentially don't know if that is the case or not. So, Chris, can you confirm that the Istari had no choice in the way they look? As said, we read this quote a moment ago, and we read this basically every stream. They must be mighty, peers of Sauron, but forgo might and clothe themselves in flesh, as to treat on equality and win the trust of elves and men, but this would imperil them, dimming their vision and knowledge and confusing them with fears, cares, and wearinesses coming from the flesh. So this is basically the description. They are powerful Maiar, angelic beings, and they have to diminish themselves kind of and be in a disguise to appear more elf or human-like. And as such, they have to, of course, choose their appearance. If they have no, I would say, if you want to be trustful in a way, I think like their function is not to fight the wars. They want to form a rebellion and strengthen the free people with advice and their wisdom. That's basically their idea. Maybe with some good hints and knowledge and so on. And I think if we would like draw a wise person like in a very stereotypical way, we usually would draw an old person, I think. Because if you have an advisor, you potentially, you know, if you meet somebody and he looks like, I don't know, I don't have a better example, but like Arnold Schwarzenegger or something like Schwarzenegger, I maybe should pronounce him more German. You wouldn't expect like a wise scholar, but you know, maybe like the Terminator or Conan the Barbarian or something like this. You know what I mean? You would expect Gandalf to look like that. Of course, this is very stereotypical in a way, but in a way, the appearance should, I assume, this is at least how I interpret this also a bit, reflect their mission. So Gandalf walking on like a walking stick through the world and being an old man with wise words and so on, that kind of fits better than another way. I think he might be able to change some details, maybe his eye color, I don't know, like stuff like this. He potentially could change, but I would argue that it was definitely part of their mission to be these wizards, those who, the Istari means those who know, and in the word wizard we have the word wisdom in it, which makes it very difficult to translate into German, because we don't have a word, I think, for wizard, except for wise, that also exists in German, but not for like potential magic use, if that makes sense. And yeah, wisdom is also like, has sometimes to do with, you know, how things are, kind of. Wisdom is not only, it's not knowledge, but there are definitely, you know, points that connect, if that makes sense. And it definitely describes well what the functionality of an Istari, of a wizard, is in Tolkien's world. And so I would definitely argue that that this makes sense. Of course, as Joe also put, subject to fears and pains and wearinesses of earth, aged only by the cares and labors of many long years. So they age very slowly, they potentially started a bit younger, and then slowly aged further. And look then, later in the Third Age, Gandalf, or at the end at the end of the Third Age, Gandalf looks potentially older than he looked when he initially appeared. But I would still argue Gandalf always looked like older, if that makes sense. Yeah, that is true. Like, we can also, like, they could definitely change their appearance to some degree. About Radagast, we can also read that he could change his appearance. I'm not sure actually in which book this is. For Saruman the White is greatest of my order. Radagast is of course a worthy wizard, a master of shapes and changes of hue, and he has much lore of herbs and beasts, and birds are especially his friends. So this indicates they could definitely change their shapes. If they wanted, it was possible. Some did this more than others. I think since Radagast was more in nature, for him it made sense to maybe even change his shape to like fitting to this environment, if that makes sense. While Gandalf was more among the elves, we can read that he was often in Rivendell and took counsel with Elrond and so on. They were close friends, and as a result, he had a certain appearance. But also, Gandalf had contact to the people of Rohan. He had contact to the people of Gondor and so on. So Gandalf was everywhere, and he was well known. That's why he has so many names. Like, some call him Gandalf, some call him Mithrandir, some call him Tharkun, some call him I don't know what, you know, Incarnus and so on. Like all the name Gandalf has. The others also have different names. Saruman also traveled early on quite a bit, but yeah, I think that is kind of the reason. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. Coming in shapes weak and humble. We can read this section here a bit further from the text. And this the Valar did, desiring to amend the errors of old, especially that they attempted to guard and seclude the Eldar by their own might and glory fully revealed, whereas now their emissaries were forbidden to reveal themselves in forms of majesty or to seek to rule the wills of men or elves by open display of power, but coming in shapes weak and humble, were bidden to advise and persuade men and elves to good, and seek to unite in love and understanding all those whom Sauron, should he come again, would endeavor to dominate and corrupt. This describes it. We find this also in the Unfinished Tales in the text called on the texts in the chapter the Istari. Yeah, I think multiple texts. This is also almost right at the start. Yeah, you could also argue that maybe Radagast abandoned his mission to Silmarillion. That is true. That's why he changed back. Like, they can, of course, also undo their disguise. I think when Gandalf fought the Balrog, he also kind of accessed his actual powers a bit more to fight this powerful enemy. Even though he probably didn't change his appearance during the fight. Yeah, the Fana is the body of the Ainur when they are on on Arda. They take a physical form, and this physical form is called Fana. And we can even read that the powerful, the very powerful Maiar even could kind of teleport. They could basically manifest their Fana at a certain point and then appear there. We find this in there's a text about this in the Nature of Middle Earth book. Yeah, but I hope this kind of answers the questions. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean though, Sephir, optional. Maya wear a form like clothing. That's also like Tolkien compares this to clothing, to clothes quite a bit. But in their original form, they were of course spirits, and if they wished, they could take a physical form. And I think them being bound to, like, those who came to Arda, the new created world by Eru, they were bound to the world, and I'm not sure if they had to take. I don't think they had to take a physical form, but they did because it was convenient doing so, especially interacting with the children of Eru and so on. Yeah, I hope this kind of answers your question. So I think there are definitely options, but I think the core look of them was quite deliberate. Maybe they could have changed this, but I think it at least makes sense in the context. Keep also in mind that Odin is potential inspiration for Gandalf, I would argue. Because if we read about the stories of Odin and so on, he also travels the worlds and appears somewhere and does with things. Of course, it's a very different character compared to Gandalf, but there are definitely here and there some similarities, if that makes sense. Question: did Saruman ever regret joining Sauron? That's a good question. I think yes and no. Like, Saruman had his own agenda. His plan was not to become a servant of Sauron and so on, and then maybe get to rule as well. Saruman was ambitious. He basically wanted to replace Sauron. And he knew to put himself into a good position, he had to potentially pretend he would ally with Sauron in a way. But Sauron was not happy with Saruman, and but he was too busy, could not also look around, and Saruman knew this and calculated with this as well. But he said, yeah, I do your stuff, but he was following his own agenda. To the very end, Saruman tried to get the One Ring for him and not for Sauron. And then when he would have the One Ring, he could overthrow Sauron, become the new Sauron, basically. That was his plan, as far as I understand. Do not go to Chris for advice, for he will say both yes and no. Yeah, kind of. And then the reasoning, like to come back to the last question, Pumpkin Rick writes, yes, I understand the reasoning why the form was just wondering if they had to, but thank you. Yeah, no problem. It's a bit difficult to answer, like I said, if there were specific, what do you call this in German? I would say Vorgaben. Standards, or that the Valar put a guideline how they had to look to some degree. I don't know that. That's not mentioned anywhere. I just can reason from the perspective that why it makes sense to look like that. But of course, in theory, they could change and look however they wanted, kind of. Yeah, that's also a good point by Sephir. Saruman thought he was doing the right thing. He saw Middle-earth and how very little order there was, and he loved order. Same as Sauron. Sauron was very similar in this regard. He also wanted to bring his vision of order to Middle-earth and over it and rule over it. Same as Saruman. He saw it and was not happy with it and said, if I could only rule over this, I could finally bring this to order. Oh, there's a version of Saruman repenting, and when he went to talk to Gandalf on the roof, he was already gone. Is this an early iteration of Tolkien writing The Lord of the Rings? Do you know this, Shmuel Schreiber? Okay, I see. Thank you, guys. Okay. Was it Sauron to plan to make more than 9 Nazguls? I think Sauron's plan was only to make 9, and the rest was supposed to get to the dwarves, because he also wanted to control both men and dwarves, and he could do this if he just split the rings. That, I think, was his idea. I think it's an Unfinished Tales. Okay, maybe I have to look into this. That's very interesting. But yeah, that's true. There's some Third Age text as well, right? In the could be in. Maybe, yeah, it's maybe in The Hunt for the Ring or something like this. I also distantly remember something like this. Yeah, always the Maiar of Aule wanting order, exactly. There's also, Amanda has several questions, and I don't want to ignore her that much here. Let me see. It's also an interesting one. And why didn't Gollum / Smeagol turn into a Nazgul? That's a good question, actually. I think the reason for this is that the hobbits, for whatever reason, have a very strong resistance against the effects of the ring. First of all. Second of all, Gollum had not a ring of the 19 rings of power, or let's say the 16 rings of power. He had the One Ring, and the One Ring is not there to turn the wearer into a Nazgul. Like, it's a master ring. The other rings are the turning people into slaves of the One Ring rings, and the One Ring is the controlling those who have the other rings ring. I don't know how to phrase this better, but I hope it was kind of understandable. And it's like, I'm not sure how long he used this ring. On top of that, I'm not sure if this is a requirement for turning into a Nazgul though, but when Sauron basically gave out the rings of power to the 9 to the men, 7 to dwarves, in this time he had the One Ring himself, so he could use the power of the One Ring on his body directly to turn those who had the other rings of power into his servants. It didn't work for the dwarves, as we see ironically here in the background. The image is from the first Hobbit film. It's Erebor shortly before Smaug attacks, in case people wonder. It's in the first film, Long Expected Journey. An unexpected journey. This way around. And Gollum, as I said, he is resistant to, it seems, to the power of the rings, to some degree, like all the hobbits, it seems. Second, of course, this Sauron doesn't know, but he also, Gollum got the ring by accident, if you want to, like fate, but in a way, from his perspective, by accident. And then his friend got the ring by accident, and he killed his friend, so I wouldn't call that an accident, but you know what I mean. Like, it was more kind of a fateful moment that this happened. And on top of this resistance part, it's a master ring that I would argue potentially does not turn you into a slave, because it's a master ring, it's not the purpose of the ring. And potentially he also didn't wear it that long. He had it with him a long time, but he didn't use it all the time, it seems. But yeah, I mean, he just was very resistant to the power of the ring, and he didn't fade and so on. It's a very interesting question, why that is the case. But these are like a list of reasons why I would argue why Smeagol/Gollum did not turn into a Nazgul. The question is, if we had one of the 9 rings, would Smeagol turn into a Nazgul? I think at some point, yes. But we have seen it with Frodo already. Like, Frodo was wounded by the Morgul blade, and he would also have been turned into a wraith. But he had this wound for such a long time and could endure it, which just shows that the hobbits are simply very difficult, even when stabbed by a Morgul blade, to turn into a wraith. It's very difficult, it seems, to turn a hobbit into a wraith. I would definitely not count this little oddity of hobbit out, even though this is not a power that is completely immunity. It makes them more resistant to it, and there might be multiple factors here that might delay this turning into a wraith, if that makes sense. So maybe we could tie in the question of Anakin Skywalker here, because it's kind of fitting. The question is, maybe you have to add an information to your question to truly answer it, I think. But then it becomes a potentially what-if scenario, if that makes sense. So if Sauron knew hobbits existed in the Second Age, would he had given them rings of power? Also, I hope, Amanda, this answers your question. If Sauron, would he have given rings of power? I think no. If he just knew about the existence of hobbits in general in the Second Age, he would not have given them rings of power, because he would see them as weak men that have no influence. Like Sauron wanted to give the rings to person in power already, because his idea was to take control of them. So it makes more sense to control the king than to control, let's say, somebody who is a farmer and just has a farm middle of the nowhere. That makes no sense from the geopolitical ambitions of Sauron. He wanted to control those who had power already and bring them to his will, so over those he could control the others as well. Yes, thanks, Chris. Okay, much appreciated. It's great that you I could answer that. Don't worry. So in this regard, I would argue that exactly what Cypher Optional says. I don't think hobbits were influential enough to get rings. Exactly. So as said, he wants to give, like, if we read, we don't know who Sauron gave the rings exactly. Let me just see if I find the quote really quick. That didn't work well. It is. Yet Sauron was ever skillful, and it is said that among those whom he ensnared with the 9 rings, 3 were great lords of Númenórean race. So he doesn't give it even to some small lords of Númenórean race, he gave it to great lords of Númenórean race, because he wanted lords and he wanted control and power. But I think you understand this, right? I don't need to explain this in detail. Sometimes I just feel like I repeat myself too much in this regard, but yeah. This is basically also, how is this pronounced? Just, I will forget it soon because it's a word I potentially rarely will use. Interesting, this is not guileful. That is how it's pronounced. I did not expect this pronunciation. I thought you, I would have a weird interaction, but I guess it makes sense. Guileful, okay. And some interesting questions here, and I hope this answers the question already. However, yeah, if Anakin Skywalker also, it's kind of funny that reading the name on May the 4th. It is. However, what would happen if Sauron knew the hobbits would be his demise at some point? Maybe then he would have invested into this. However, if he did so, he potentially would have gotten less potent servants compared to the Nazgul that he later got. So he would have had to kind of, give maybe the mayor of Hobbiton or so a ring. And then he had only 8 big Nazgul and 1 very small one, if that makes sense. But yeah, you know what I mean. It's kind of an interesting idea. If he knew that the hobbits would be, in the future, be a problem for him and his ring, then he might have acted differently. But I think he still would have done what he has done before, to just get to this point of power and just focus on the Shire earlier. And maybe, like, Gandalf even said at the end of Lord of the Rings that Sauron kind of made a mistake by not attacking, for example, Lothlórien or Rivendell or so, and trying to destroy those places. We always had Frodo always had a place to hide. 1 ring to the old Took, exactly. But yeah, there's another question. I assume you mean, let's go to Jenek's question. So how's life in the Grey Haven for Frodo and Bilbo and people there in general? I assume do you mean the Grey Haven? So just to get the location right. The Grey Haven, Mislond, is here in Middle-earth. Or do you mean, let me just see, do we have, was not, my other maps are all complete mess. It just takes a moment for me to find the Third Age map again. Where is it? That's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. I think this map is right. Or do you mean, oh, I forgot to move the arrow. On Tol Iresia. That's potentially the question. What did I even see the question? That is Janek. Do you mean when they were for a time in Mislond for a short time before they sailed to, like, stayed in Middle Earth, or do you mean on the West continent where they sail to and basically where they arrive? I assume you mean not this place but this place. Oh, welcome, Brothers of Grin. Nice to see you. Another content creator that does Tolkien Lore content. Feel free to check his channel. Shout outs to the Brothers of Grin. Yes, Greyhavens. Where they say, okay, so do you mean the place still in Middle Earth? I think it's a very, like, the Greyhavens themselves, I envision as a very peaceful place, if that makes sense. Simply because it's this late in the time, it's probably one of the safest places in Middle Earth, in my opinion. Let me just see if I find the film screenshot. Mislond. This one here. I think it's very safe because if we look at the map where it is here. As you can see, there's nothing around it anymore that is dangerous, if that makes sense. Like, I would have to move the map around quite a bit to even make Mislond and Mordor appear at the same time. But Mordor is all the way down here. It's basically on the other side. There are mountains in the way. There are kingdoms in the way. It's just so far away. It's very unlikely that when Sauron is here and attacks, it's lost anyway. Then you should just leave. So, and it has a haven, and its basically only existence, or part of its existence at the late Third Age, is basically about elves leaving Middle Earth. That's basically the big theme of this particular place. And I imagine it in of itself being very peaceful, and the elves coming there, looking at the sea. We can later read that Galadriel also has a longing for the sea, because she wears Nenya for so long and so on, and then later also comes to Mislond, and then sails to the west after her task is completed, and so on. So yeah, it's kind of we had, if we move up the cursor up, the map up a little bit. I have to move around because I can't zoom that well here on the program. And we have Angmar here, but Angmar is also destroyed at the late Third Age, so there's no threat. This whole area here is pretty small, unimportant now, because the big kingdom of Arnor is basically not existent anymore. Angmar is not there. There may be an occasional threat from the Misty Mountains by some orcs or so, but you still have the elves in Ladris doing their stuff. You have the rangers of the north protecting the people in these regions around Bree and so on. So, and you have the Shire, which is also a very peaceful and remote place close to Mislond. We see here kind of the Shire capital, Mickle Delving here, is very close to Mislond. We even have a Palantir here on the Tower Hills, Emun Bereit, as they are called here in Elvish, in Sindarin. So it's a very peaceful place. I guess it's a place you go there and you don't have to worry about orc armies knocking at your door and doing terrible things. So I would imagine that it's close to the ocean. And in a way, we often read that the elves, when they are along in Middle Earth, especially Círdan, and we have a fantastic Círdan artwork by Kimberly80, which I always love to show people, because it's one of my favorite artworks of her. He is also at the in Misland, and is basically guarding this place, or is like it has no king anymore because Gil-galad is dead, and there was no follow-up king, like no successor for him, and so he's just waiting there, preparing the ships for the elves to leave. This is a place that is peaceful, and it prepares basically to bring the elves at some point, all the elves to the west continent, Aman, from there. So I imagine it as a peaceful place where time doesn't matter that much, even though the ring is gone, but it's just the elves are kind of on the go here. But since elves have a lot of time, it's not hasty or anything, or not, I guess not too busy. It's just a slow process, and the elves become less and less and leave Middle-earth forever. And then, just maybe come here from time to time to see, as said, there's a Palantir still in the tower of Elostirion here on the Tower Hill. There's one of the last known Palantiri stored. The other one, like we have one in Minas Tirith, we have a Palantir still. We have one in Isengard that, of course, is then later taken by Gandalf and so on. And here in Emun Bereid, I think we have one. And we have the master one on Tol Eressëa, so on the other side of the world, here on this island. This is the first age map, I know, but here Tol Eressëa, the little island, is can be seen. So, I mean, it must be a safe place if a Palantir can be just stored there and it's safe, I guess. Those 9 golems would have been perfect for stealth mission. Nice to see you as well, Philosophers. Hope you're well, and thanks for the shout-outs. Always appreciate one from such a great channel. Yeah, thank you as well. I'm doing well. I was sick for some time. I was unfortunately caught a flu and couldn't do streams or voice records, so that is the reason why it became a bit quiet here, but I feel now I'm mostly back. So yeah, I hope this kind of answers your question. And then, yeah, it just gets more extreme on the west continent, Aman on Tol Eressëa, when Bilbo and Frodo sail there and live there. It's even more, like, it's just the extreme, timeless, amped-up version of Misland, basically. It's also at the coast, on the island. It's very peaceful there. The forces of evil will not go there. You are basically protected by the powers of the elves and the Ainur and so on, the forces of good. Yeah. And the wounds can be healed there in this place, that the wounds that Frodo physically and mentally had to endure during his tough journey. And he can heal there then later when he reaches Aman. So I hope this answers your question, Janek. Very interesting question, for sure. But it's, like I said, there's not too much description in the book how life exactly is in Misland and surrounding, like in Lindon. What's going on there. Like, I imagine it just as a very peaceful place for the most part. It's also an interesting question, but Shmuel Schreiber already answered it. Let me just see if I can also bring it on screen and briefly talk about this here for a moment. That was a tautology, I know. Okay, the Ainur are male and female, but are they fertile? Like it was written here in chat, in very early versions in the books of Lost Tale stories, they have actually children. So that is true. This Tolkien changed later, and they don't have any children anymore, and seem not to be fertile in the version, like the later versions of the Silmarillion and so on. There they don't have children anymore. And like I said, reading Book of Lost Tales is always like a very fascinating experience because so many little things are different. Oh, everything sounds so familiar, but also so different at the same time. It's always fun looking into some of these stories there. But yeah, and Tolkien writes basically, it's an interesting approach of Tolkien, how he explains why these spirit beings have to have genders. So basically, if they're male or female. And he basically explains this with their temper of mind. I think it's even in the Silmarillion. Yeah, there it is. Therefore, the Valar may walk, if they will, unclad, and then even the Eldar cannot clearly perceive them, though they be present. But when they desire to clothe themselves, like take a physical body, a form, the Valar take upon them forms, some as of male and some as of female. For that difference of temper they had even from their beginning, and it is but bodied force in their choice of each, not made by the choice, even as with us male and female may be shown by the raiment, but it's not made thereby. So Tolkien kind of expresses here that there's a temper of their spirit that defines basically their gender, and the physical form they take is fitting. Tolkien does not never explore the idea what happens if they disguise themselves. Like, can a male character disguise as a female, for example, or vice versa? I don't know that. I think in theory that might be possible, but that's definitely debatable. But yeah. Like, yeah, they chose their gender according to their temper, but this is more a reflection of their temper, of their character, if that makes sense. So it's very interesting topic in this regard. This doesn't, of course, talk about children, but it's kind of always interesting to look into this. But it's an interesting idea that Tolkien differentiates between the concept of your gender, of your physical appearance, and of your mind. That's a very interesting, almost kind of very modern concept that Tolkien expresses, and he has to do this because he talks about spirit beings that don't have like a gender, if they're male or female, and so on. So he had to find like a way to describe this and explain this. I think that's very interesting. So this was absorbed in thought here for a moment. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that this concept exists. Like, and I like the last sentence. Even as with us, male and female may be shown by the raiment, but is not made thereby. I think that's a very important sentence here in this context. Like, it is a choice for them because they're spirit beings, but there's no like biological dictation of their thing, but it comes like they have the difference, as Tolkien calls it, in temper. They had even from their beginning, like how Eru envisioned them as entities. They had this particular temper from their beginning, and this determines basically this. And seems like they take physical forms that fit this, even though in theory it might be possible to change this. But yeah, very interesting question. And as said, in the early versions, they actually have children. Like, for example, Gosmog is the son of Melkor, for example. Yeah, that's true. Like, if these, like the Ainur can take, I don't know, the form of a snake, like Sauron transformed into a snake, into a wolf, and all kinds of things. And that makes sense. Why wouldn't he be able to take female form if he really wanted that? Yeah, exactly. Eonwë, for example, also, Shmuel Schreiber says it, Eonwë was son of Manwë. I'm very glad you're well now. Yeah, thank you, the Brothers of Kryn. Much appreciated. I'm also happy because I really need to make content for this channel. My longer time out here was definitely not good for the channel, but whatever. We're getting back where we were. I gotta go. Take care, everyone, especially you, Flawless Game. Yeah, thank you for tuning in, the Brothers of Kryn. Nice to see you here, as always. No, I said his idea was relatively modern, I think, in this, but it had to be modern because the entities he's describing don't have a biological gender. So Tolkien, the only option is, if you think this through, that there must be a non-biological gender, a gender of the mind, if that makes sense. So, but let's not discuss, like I said, the as you already hinted at, this debate is going too far for a lore stream here. So let us. There were some other questions. I forgot again who asked what. Oh, that is a really tough question by Anakin Skywalker there. So, if Smeagol had survived, would the elves allow him to go to the Undying Lands? No, I don't think so, because Gollum is still evil in what he did. Even though you could a bit argue it was fault of the One Ring. In contrast to, for example, Bilbo or Gollum, like Bilbo, like Tolkien puts it to words quite well, in my opinion. Let me see if I can read you the quote, which is one of my favorite quotes, but I don't know the page, unfortunately, out of my head. So, Frodo basically says, what a pity Bilbo did not stab the vile creature when he had the chance. Pity? It was pity that stayed his hand. Pity and mercy, not to strike without need. I do not feel any pity for Gollum. He deserves death, says basically Frodo. He deserves death, dare say he does. Many that live deserve death, and some that die that deserve life. Again, and some die that deserve life. Can you give that to them? So, in this is a very important, I think, idea of Tolkien's writings in a way. The idea that basically having pity and mercy on others is considered as like a very profound core wisdom in Tolkien's world. And Tolkien does not punish characters for having pity, I think. I can't think of a case where this might be true or not. Like, it's always, this usually is kind of the key. And can you give it? Let me just see. In the sentence before, he also says, "Stay descent, not step to a creature." I don't find it, but it basically says that Bilbo started his bearing of the One Ring with pity and mercy, and that is basically what saved his soul at the end. Oh, there was a question with the rings, right? I remember now. We'll come to that in a moment. I hope I don't forget. I just can't find the exact sentence here. Where was it, chat? Oh, chat. Does somebody have the quote? I remember that we had a stream where I wanted to read this exact passage again, and I couldn't find it for I don't know why. Now, here it is. Potentially I read this from a wrong section or from another section. I forgot. Pity was pity that stayed to send pity and mercy, not to strike without need, and he has been well rewarded, Frodo. Be sure that he took so little hurt from the evil and escaped in the end, because he began his ownership of the ring so with pity. So this is what he says to him. I think I was in the wrong section or something like that. Just curious where I did just read this other section. I think I read the section I read first. No, it was the first chapter. What was afterwards? I'm kind of confused now, chat, I have to admit. Ah. The Taming of Smeagol. This was a recollection of Frodo. Now I get it. I was in the wrong chapter. That's why it took me so long to find the actual stuff there. Whatever, you know what I mean. It's a really important part that he did this. And Gollum, the point I wanted to make is basically Gollum did not start his ownership of the ring with pity. He started it with killing his best friend for it and robbing him from the ring. And that's basically the difference. How about Ungoliant? We know she had children, but was there a mister? We can read she basically mated with lesser spiders, something like this. That Shelob later also did, I think. In a way. That is, I'm not sure how Tolkien described this exactly. Okay, so I hope though this kind of answers the question. So because I think evil was not kind of permitted to, like, I wouldn't say the elves would have permitted Smeargol to go there, because even though he is a tragic character, he did some things. There was some parts in his story where he had to make a choice and he made the wrong choice, and this had severe consequences for him, that he might not have been permitted to go to the Undying Lands if he would have survived. Maybe it would have been possible, because I think, like, this comes down again to mercy and pity. Like, if Smeargol really recovered from all of this and was able to shake it kind of off and leave his evil being behind him, then he maybe could have, I could see that Tolkien writing something like he was granted also a mercy, or out of pity he was allowed there to recover, or something like this. Because even Gandalf tried to basically, he said potentially he can't heal completely from what he has endured and what the ring has done to him, but he at least tried. I think this kind of reflects Tolkien's wish for basically everyone having potential redemption, if that makes sense. But in Smeargol's case, it would definitely be difficult. And I think since he was too deep into it already, that this option would, I think, not appear. So it's very difficult to think about what would have been to be different with Smeargol to be allowed to go to the Undying Lands. You know what I mean? That, like, it's so deep in his character that he will potentially die at the end, and it's simply part of the story, right? Yeah, I don't know. The discussion if Eru or God or whatever is male or female or have the gender at all, very difficult to say. Like, I think a gender for God doesn't make a lot of sense, if I'm completely honest, because he's a one entity. There doesn't gender, the idea of, for example, two genders is that you need both to recreate, if that makes sense. But I think he usually is thought of as he. He's for reasons. Are you pronouncing Smeagol? The pronunciation of Smeagol is not clear. If you see it as an Old English name, it would be pronounced Smeargol. It's a bit difficult with my throat to pronounce it right now, but yeah. The G would be a voiced velar fricative in this case, if you pronounce it Old English. But Tolkien said in the reading Smeagol as well, so you can, I think, anglicize it. But else it would be Smeargol. No, the only person with a political agenda, I use Soup Nazi because you just bring consistently political discussions that potentially derail the stream into a direction we don't want to go off. It's really hard to tell what it is. There are different opinions on this particular matter, and I see points for one and the other, but I don't know why we always have to go and call out, oh, political. This is not a political stream here. So can we please stop the political stuff here? I would appreciate this quite a bit. This also has nothing to do with Smeargol going to the Undying Land. So there was a question with the rings, right? In secret, would Gollum be Sauron as opposed to Smeagol? Could Gollum be Sauron? That's an interesting question. I could ask, could Gollum become Sauron? But I think it would not be possible because the power of him as entity would not be big enough for that. I mean, it's just a meme, I know, but it's an interesting idea. Like, if it, I don't know, he was basically Sauron all along, and it was his plan to deceive and so on and so forth. But no, I think it would make not much sense. It's far too risky. Just take the ring, go to Mordor, and win at the end. That's basically what he could have done, just from this perspective. But there's an interesting quote from Galadriel in the books that we could just look into very quick. How did he... Okay, I have to find the chapter again. How did this was phrased? It was in the chapter The Mirror of Galadriel. I'm pretty sure about this. Let me just see if I find it. Let me see. Here it is, I think. So Frodo basically asked Galadriel, I would ask one thing before we go, said Frodo, a thing which I often meant to ask Gandalf in Rivendell. I am permitted to wear the One Ring. Why cannot I see all the others and know the swords of those that wear them? And Galadriel answers, you have not tried, she said. Only thrice you have set the ring upon your finger, since you knew what you possessed. Do not try, it would destroy you. Did not Gandalf tell you that the rings give power according to the measure of each possessor? Before you could use that power, you would need to become far stronger and to train your will to the domination of others. Yet even so, as ring-bearer, and as one that has borne it on its finger, and seen that which is hidden, your sight is grown keener. You have perceived my swords more clearly than many that are accounted wise. You saw the eye of him that holds the 7 and the 9, and did you not see and recognize the ring upon my finger? Did you see my ring? She asked, turning again to Sam. No, lady, he answered. So it kind of shows that maybe if he would become much stronger and his will to dominate others would become strong enough, he maybe could become, but I don't see him getting to a level that can compete with a supernatural entity as Sauron in this regard. So, yeah, but I know it was kind of a joke question. Then there was a question, how would a person, I don't see the question in chat anymore, but what would if, let's say Aragorn would wear one of the 3 rings of the elves? Could he use it? And I think, yeah, in theory he could it, though of course the 3 elvish rings, the magnum opus of Celebrimbor, were much more from the idea and concept rings that had like an elvish motif of preservation, and that was less a motive of men. So I think in the hands of Aragorn, it's hard to tell if it would have a similar effect, or if he could focus enough on this particular effect, because he is a mortal. He has a lot of time as a mortal, as a Dunedain, but he is definitely familiar with the ways of the elves and knows what is important. And these rings, like, it is a ring of power, and a ring of power, we read this in the letters. Here we can read about the rings of power. The chief power of all the rings alike was the prevention or slowing of decay. For example, change viewed as a regrettable thing, the preservation of what is desired or loved, or its semblance. So I think this Aragorn also could have used for his kingdom, like Gondor, to preserve it, to protect it, to have the power to look out for it not basically falling apart. But Tolkien also says this is more or less an elvish motif. But also they enhance the natural powers of a possessor, thus approaching magic, a motive easily corruptible into evil and lust for domination. So they definitely would enhance the powers of an human wearer as well. It was same for all the rings of power. But this, like these 3 elven rings, later in this text, if we go a bit further, the elves of Eregion made 3 supremely beautiful and powerful rings, almost solely of their own imagination, and directed to the preservation of beauty. They did not confer invisibility. So this ring would not, like these 3 rings would not turn Aragorn invisible, and maybe this helped him a little bit doing good with it. These rings were also not touched by Sauron, and I would say that those 16 rings plus 1 that were touched by Sauron had an evil tendency in them, because a very powerful evil entity touched it and turned it into turned it into an object that to change the fate of the world according to the evil schemes of Sauron himself. That is basically the idea. And so everybody who wears those 16 plus 1 ring, always something bad will happen to them in one way or another. And this is different for the 3 rings, because they were made by the elf's own imagination, were not touched by Sauron, and their only purpose was not getting invisible or something, but they were more directly to the preservation aspect of things, so that the elves could stop the decay around them and create their beautiful realms where they could live, kind of ignoring that on Middle-earth the decay is very strong compared, and so that they could stay longer there and not going back to Aman. Else they potentially would have needed to return earlier to the West Continent, where also, due to the presence of the Valar and the other Ainur, the power of decay is much put to basically a halt, and it's basically not a concept of the Undying Lands. And so they can live there, and this doesn't clash with their immortal nature that also doesn't really change and decay, but you know what I mean? The decaying aspect of Middle-earth is clashing with the being of the elves, the immortal and pure being. And if now Aragorn had the ring, he for sure could do something with it, and he could use some of the effects. But I think in its core, as they are called the elvish rings, they are more elvish than the other rings, even though all the rings are elvish in their context. But I think also those were very powerful and could enhance the natural powers of a possessor. So that is, I think, the important part. And I'm pretty sure that also a human or men could also bring it to use, if that makes sense. There's also a question about the Forsaken Inn. Noah, I think, answered that. Yeah, that's very interesting. That Tolkien later added, I think Noah got it right, the reference to the Forsaken Inn in the Hobbit, which was not originally there. And in the Hobbit film, I think we see the Forsaken End in a scene, which is kind of interesting. But we don't see it in the Lord of the Rings films. So it's kind of funny. Oh, that's a good question, my Joe. What was it, an evil act for Húrin to kill Mim? Maybe. Yeah, there was a Forsaken in there somewhere. Would it make Aragorn immortal? That's a really good question. Yeah, I think it would. Like all the rings of power, like coming back to the past question with these about the rings of power and who could wear them. I don't have it on screen because I don't know who asked the question and I don't have it anymore. But Aragorn would like all the rings of power, it's indicated by Gandalf, would kind of bring immortality, if that makes sense, to the wearer. Like that is why Gandalf suspects. Let me just see if I can find the quote. You can see my last video here on the channel. Not last, but one of the last videos. Maybe it is the last. I don't have a. It's not the last one. It's called Misconceptions About the Rings of Power. I can post it in chat in case you haven't seen it yet. And there we discuss quite a few details of that. We'll come to the Mims idea in a moment. So Gandalf, I think, says about the rings. I think in Shadows of the in the Shadow of the Past. Immortal Frodo, who keeps one of the great rings, does not die, but he does not grow or obtain more life. He merely continues until at last every minute is a weariness. So yeah, that is it seems like that all the great rings, and great rings is also written in capital letters here, seem to have this ability. So yes, it would also make Aragorn immortal, just to add to this here. Yeah, it's kind of a trick. Like that's why Gandalf words it so weirdly here in this text. Like one who keeps a ring does not die, but he does not grow or obtain more life. He just simply he merely continues to a certain point until he is moved to the unseen. So I would definitely agree with you, Istari. Wearing an elven ring of power would interfere with the gift of men. That seems unlikely, as it would be an evil act in the eyes of Eru. I think it definitely is seen as an evil act. Like, these are evil kind of rings, and they were made for the elves, for immortals. They were not made for men. That's very important. All these 19 rings of power and the lesser rings were elvish rings and made for elves, not for men. Men was just a not coincidence, but a later plan. Oh, Anakin Skywalker also the Melkor question. I remember that was posted previously again. But let's, like, I always I also like, this is an interesting idea. Maybe all of this, like coming back to the idea of Mim getting killed. Well, it's not an idea, but just happens. Húrin killing Mim. The whole story, I think, exists in quite a few iterations. But there was also these. Istari wrote the question about the Rings of Power, I think. Now I don't find the. Was an evil act of Húrin to kill Mim? Joe asked this. I think potentially it kind of was, right? I always found, and this is a problem, I really have to reread the story of Mim and the other petty dwarf stuff, because it always, like, I think it exists in multiple iterations, and there is a text that was lost, but there's a German translation for strange reasons of this text. And this book with a German translation, there's a book that has this printed, which I think it isn't, the book itself isn't printed anymore. And it's translated, the title is called Mim's Klage, I think. It's a poem of Tolkien, and it's published. And you only find it in this book, and the original text is kind of gone for whatever reason. It's very interesting. I always wanted to make a video about this, but I hadn't the time yet. And for this video, I also wanted, like, part of the video needs to be like a research-wise, to look into Mim's story and iteration. That is kind of time-consuming, and that is still ahead of me. So I have definitely to look into this poem and different iterations of Mim and his story and so on. That's definitely, is in my opinion, a very complex topic. But in the act of killing Mim, it's potentially evil to kill someone. But I feel like in most stories, the petty dwarves, especially Mim, are treated very poorly. Even though in some versions, Mim is also, let's say, there's also some questionable stuff. Let's put it that way. Not only that, he, I think, tried to kill somebody in the sleep and so on. So it's definitely that. Outlaws. Mim and sons were seen as they snuck past the outlaws carrying heavy sacks. Mim was captured and arrows were shot at his sons. Yeah, exactly. It's a really... Mim was an old defenseless dwarf whose son had been murdered by Turin's group. And our hero kills him. It always rubs me in the wrong way. Yeah, it is true. I'm very curious how this Mim story develops over the different iterations. But I have to look into this. I can't really comment much on this. But I would say, as it's written, I would also see it as kind of an evil act and kind of strange in a way. Like, I definitely am with Joe that, it always rubs me the wrong way. I agree with you there. I can't word it better. Like, it's a very tragic story in the lore in a way, but I think it also exists in very different variations where maybe Mim seems less innocent in some other versions than it is here. Like, his sons get killed, he gets captured, he gets, and then he later gets killed. It's, a really strange story. The study says, but the Elven rings were not made with the corrupting intent of the 16 rings of power. Exactly, that's what I mean. They have a more positive tendency as the other rings. But also they are, of course, subject to the power of the One Ring and can corrupt in a way. But I would say they would do this less as long as Sauron had not the One Ring. This corrupting aspect would be much smaller, and I would say that Aragorn even could do something good with it. Though at the very end, for a mortal, it would not be great to become immortal, if that makes sense, because of this gift of men conflict that this could cause. It also gives power, and power always has the potential to corrupt. Just to jump back to the previous question. Exactly. Originally, no, but the One Ring corrupts them equally. Now we're jumping back and forth between different questions. But it's a very complex topic with the rings. I agree. And there's a lot of more stuff to be said here. I suppose Húrin is still recovering from Morgoth's influence in his defense. Yeah, that also has to be considered. Like, what he has seen and endured can't be taken... Like, that does something with you for sure. And it did something with him. It's a very... Yeah, the whole story is just a lot of tragic characters connected doing sometimes the wrong thing. So I would say yes, I think it can be considered an evil act of Húrin to do this. Though, as said, this needs potentially like a deeper analysis and research here by my side to give you a more sophisticated answer than, yeah, it potentially would be, but Huri had PTSD. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. Definitely, like Hurin was definitely a broken human being at this point. And it's an interesting question here as well. Maybe we move on to the next question, because I would wish I could give you a very long, sophisticated answer, but I would just say yes, it is. And there are reasons maybe why he did it, but it doesn't make it any better in a way. But keep in mind that there are also different versions of Mim, kind of. Yeah, the Shmuel Schreiber also says originally dwarves were pretty evil. That's maybe a very, very good argument if we come back to the Mim question. He was a petty dwarf. And Dwarves 1.0, because The Hobbit is older than The Lord of the Rings, of course, obviously, and The Lord of the Rings and the One Ring stuff and so on didn't exist at the time The Hobbit was originally written. And Tolkien had his mythology already written before to some degree, but not completed or brought far enough. So he decided against connecting The Hobbit completely to his already written lore and just borrowed some names and ideas from it, which we find in the Hobbit book still. So that's a bit complicated. And then later, Tolkien did some change to the Hobbit to basically move it into the Lord of the Rings universe, including his mythology, because the Lord of the Rings was from the start written in a way that it was far stronger connected to his mythology. Like, his idea was to have Lord of the Rings be played in his mythology, and that is why it is full of Silmarillion references, the Lord of the Rings. And the Hobbit just had to, it has them too, but it had to brought in line to this new idea that was the Lord of the Rings later on. And that's a second edition and multiple other editions and so on. We just talked about this a moment ago. And it could be that just in this way, it might have been a very early concept of the dwarves, where they were potentially evil, as Shmuel Schreiber correctly states here. And very interesting that even in the Hobbit book, now we have to jump to the Hobbit, we find an interesting reference. Let me just, I think it was in the Hobbit. We talked about this last time. And we find it also in the Book of Lost Tales, I think, that sometimes dwarves also, I don't know, had dealings with Melkor and something. I didn't find the quote. Still hope somebody can post in the comments if he knows the exact line. Yeah, here's a video of Mim's Lament in German subtitle. Yeah, that is, Mim's Lament means Mim's Klage, I think it's called in German. Mim's Lament, and yeah. It's never been officially published, and there's only like a weird translation in German for whatever reason for this text, but the text is not published in English for... I want to make a video about it, because I'm from Germany, so I can understand the translation quite well, and I have quite a bit of knowledge. They did not hate dwarves. Let us see, what is the context of this again? I think it's about orcs, basically. Yeah. The orcs did not hate dwarves especially, no more than they hated everybody and everything, particularly the orderly and prosperous. In some parts, wicked dwarves had even made alliances with them. So here we find a reference to this that in the Hobbit book that kind of survives, that there are strange dwarves that are also allied with them. With the orcs. And also in the Silmarillion about the battle of the battles of the last alliance, we can read all living things were divided in that day, and some of every kind, even of beasts and birds, were found in either host, save the elves only. They alone were undivided and followed Gil-galad. Of the dwarfs, few fought upon either side, but the kindred of Durin of Moria fought against Sauron. So even among the dwarves, it seems that some fought on the side of Sauron as well. So the concept of potentially evil dwarves, we definitely find small hints on in various writings of Tolkien, which is very interesting. Yeah, Istari also mentions the exact quote I just read here. It just took me longer to find it. But yeah, let's move on, excuse me, to the next question. Here we go, the wicked dwarfs again. Yeah, Pumpkin Rick remembers this discussion. Last time I searched like, I don't know, half an hour or something like that for the quote. I couldn't find it, unfortunately. I have looked into it afterwards and I found something, but I forgot again. I think there was, I remember like maybe today somebody is in chat, maybe Noah or Istadi or so, or I don't know who knows the books very well, or also Shmuel Schreiber or so. Anybody, be my guest. I remember a quote where it basically says something like, that mostly the dwarves in the first age, I think it was, were basically offered their services, or what you could call it. It's not worded with services, but their work and so on for basically everybody, and sometimes even for Melkor. I think that was in the Book of Lost Tales something, but I like I said, if you know it, feel free to post in chat or in the comments or so. I would appreciate that. If you maybe say, this quote, I know exactly where this is. You don't need to search if you don't remember something written like this in any shape, but I could swear I read this somewhere. I think it's in some very old text. So it should, I expect it to be Book of Lost Tales Part 2 or something like that. Maybe also 1, who knows. And this question, what do you think have happened? Is Melkor... It's also a what-if question, which is very interesting to discuss, but I'm very bad at answering those. What do you think would have happened if Melkor didn't turn evil? Just to avoid confusion here. If Melkor didn't turn evil, which Valar do you think would have took his place? That's a very good question, to be honest. I feel like the most servants that went over to the dark side, here, it's still May the 4th, would be from Aule, but I don't see Aule joining Melkor or becoming the new Melkor. Though Aule had the tendency to do his own stuff, so maybe Aule would be a contender for that. Because, for example, he also made the dwarves, or their bodies, without asking Eru, and then they got later adopted. Oh, Zushan found it. I think. And the dwarves were a greedy and grasping folk, and they would work for any who would pay them well, even if it were Melkor, the Dark Enemy. Book of Lost Tales, Part 2, Chapter 1. Thank you so much, Zushan. ChatGPT found it. Okay, ChatGPT is sometimes really bad with quotes, though. But I remember the wording, they would work for any who paid them. Because sometimes ChatGPT doesn't have access to the text itself, and sometimes it just makes up quotes that we have to consider here. But it's something like this I also remembered. Just want to check this here. Fortunately, I don't find the quote in the book. Is that Book of Lost Tales Part 2? Maybe it was 1. Unfortunately. Okay, let's move back though to the question. I can't find it. It seems like ChatGPT made the quote up. I at least could not find it here in my version. There might be other reasons for that. But yeah, a quick look. So far, the problem. Oh wait, no one wants to post a link. Oh, you want to post a link? Here's a video of Mim's Lament Germany. If you want to post it, I can permit you. Just give me a moment because I'm not sure if the bot works. In case you are still there. I have a bad feeling that the bot is not working. And I need to fix the bot really quick. Let me see if Mr. Bot woke up. Okay, now it should work. Oh, Nightbot woke up. That's the wrong bot. You shouldn't. Here, Noah, you have permission to post the link. So you can post the link if you want, if you still have it at hand. You have like I think 90 seconds or 2 minutes from now. That's also a good one. Tulkas, the lord of strength and endurance, cared little for the beauty and harmony of Arda, but only for the joy of battle and contest. He was slow to forgive, and he often laughed in scorn. So maybe he also has potential, I would say, yeah. Tulkas as well, but I feel like, I don't know. Like, replacing Melkor is of course very difficult, simply because like like Tulkas is very simple in a way that he is searching for competition in a way, and for joy of battle and the contest basically. But the question is if this would ultimately corrupt him into, like, Melkor's goal was to destroy Arda completely and remove it, and he had a very nihilistic approach. I'm not sure if Tulkas could get into the same down spiral. I think the motive of looking for order like Sauron did, and then basically trying to force your vision of order onto the world itself, would be much more strong in a character like Aule, I think. But I don't know. Those characters are usually relatively wise. Exactly, you fought always on the right side. Yeah, exactly. Unknown says that Aule would take his place. Both of his students were evil. That would also be my argument, kind of. Like, I think the idea of ordering things to your wish, which is basically what Aule does in a way, is far more corrupting than just looking out for enjoying competition. You know what I mean? Of course, put to an extreme, everything can basically be corrupted, I think, but I think there's more potential otherwhere, on Aule here for this. But it's hard to tell. Oh, maybe you found this, Sephir. Thank you for potentially putting so much work into finding this. This might also, then I was looking in the wrong book. I could swear it was a very old text. But War of the Jewels, potentially the texts there are not that old. Thus they aided the Eldar greatly in their war with the Orcs and Morgoths. It's talking about the dwarves. Race above all. But in that ancient time, the dwarves still wrought iron and copper rather than silver and gold, and the making of weapons and gear was their chief smithscraft. Got it. It was the first devised mail of linked rings, and in the making of byrnies and hauberks, none among elves and men have proved their equals. Thus they aided the Eldar greatly in their war with the Orcs of Morgoth, though the Noldor believed that some of that folk would not have been loath to smithy also for Morgoth, had he been in need of their work or open to their trade. For buying and selling and exchange were their delight, and the winning of wealth thereby, and this they gathered rather to hoard than to use save in further trading. Okay, that's pretty cool. Thank you, much appreciated. Yeah, Ossa is also yeah, it's a good point that Aule, the thing that could balance Aule out with his wife Yavanna, I think. And also was kind of balanced out by his wife Uinen. An interesting Aryan, the Maiar who guides the sun, also like Melkor also tried to basically bring her on his side. It was also a thing. I have to open it here. Just let me record this note here. That is exactly I think the text I was looking for. I just have to make my note here very quick, so we don't forget this particular quote. I have like a note document that helps me finding the stuff for further research or so. So again, Sephir, much appreciated. Thank you. That was, I think, the quote I was looking for. Okay, so yeah, it's an interesting question to think about who could replace Melkor. And on the other side, you also have to think about that power. In Tolkien's work, power is often a corrupting factor. And even though Aule is, of course, powerful, Melkor is just extremely powerful. And this is like a factor. Somebody also earlier asked if Aule, or if Melkor was like evil from the beginning. Was he intended to be evil? But I think his intention was less being evil and more basically being, how to phrase it, he is more like the dissonance to the world. And as a dissonance, excuse me, as a dissonance to the world, Melkor had to make a choice, I think, at one point, what he wants, how much of a dissonance he wants to be. And he decided for a very nihilistic one. He wanted to create his own thing. So I think he wasn't evil from the beginning, but his ambitions brought him there, and he was potentially the one where it was the easiest for him to go into this evil direction, if that makes sense. I don't think Melkor was ever a good dinner guest. Yeah, probably not. So in this regard, it's yeah, exactly. It leads to the discussion of freedom, or if your freedom of choice or your free will topic, if we had it. I think, though, I don't know. I could imagine that he had a choice, basically, and the moment he started to search for to search for ways to create his own creation, and decided that no, that the creation of the others is not his creation, and he wanted to destroy their creation and did not accept it. Like, there's a difference between a dissonance and and being destructive. And Melkor at some point decided for destructiveness. And he basically went onto the direction, if it can't be my creation, my own creation, then there shall be no creation. That basically was his approach, and that is where he became this nihilistic entity that wants to destroy everything, even his own creations, because his own creations are also based on the creations of the others, of Eru. And that is a very the important thing. It's a very difficult question. How can Eru not foresee it? The question, like, I think in the concept of how we perceive existence, choice is always a very important factor. It's difficult to say if choice is just an illusion or not, but I think most people in their personal perception would argue, yes, I can make choices in my life. Sometimes there are factors that influence me that also make me decide for a certain option, and I can't do kind of otherwise. But in many ways, I think humanity has proven that there is some potential for choice here and there. Even maybe like there's but there's like a scientific study that, for example, if you are supposed to, I forgot how it was done, but there was a study that basically your brain gets basically your what do you call this in English? Gehirnströme? What is the word in English for that? Like if you visualize the processes in the brain and so on, what is going on there, you can notice that there was like the notice that probants should, I think, lift up their left or right arm randomly if they wanted, and you could basically predict their decision because it was already made quite some time before they lift their arm, before they made this decision. So this decision was basically not conscious in a way, you could almost say. The question is if you can apply this to all decisions we make as humans, but it's a difficult topic. I don't want to go too deep if there is something like free will. I think it is. But there were even philosophers that argued against this. I forgot who it was, but he said something like, in German, he was a German philosopher. How did he phrase it? Basically, you can't. Screw it! I can't even get the German quote together. It was Schopenhauer, I think. And he said something like, let me just see. Du kannst tun, was du willst, aber du kannst in jedem gegebenen Augenblick deines Lebens nur ein bestimmtes Wollen und Schlechteres, nichts anderes als dies. Okay, this is basically you can do what you want, but you can't want what you want. Something like this is the short formulation. Der Mensch kann zwar tun, was er will, aber er kann nicht wollen, was er will. That is the how it's in German. But yeah, it's a very old philosophical discussion. Yeah, I don't want to go. It must have been Nietzsche. No, it was Schopenhauer, Arthur Schopenhauer. It will be. Is he from Germany? Not. He's like from another country that speaks German by accident. But I think he's a German philosopher. Yeah, he is. Isn't Heidegger from Austria? No, he's also from Germany. I think Heidegger is a philosopher. I always think he's from Austria, but he isn't. Something like that. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Different different topic. So, that's a question. Was he designed to be evil? I think he was not designed to be evil, but he was designed to be the dissonance. And I think how much dissonance he wants to become was a decision of Melkor. That's my interpretation, though, of the problem with if it was predetermined. You could maybe make the argument the decision that Melkor became what he became in the end was a decision of Melkor himself. You can maybe argue that Eru, as all-knowing entity, knew how he would decide, potentially. You could argue, was it then right to create the entity. But I think in a like that's why I like the concept of the idea of music of the Ainur, because in music you always need dissonance, else the music is not interesting. And to make good music, there has to be some dissonance that is resolved into harmony again. That's a very fundamental principle of a lot of music. Not all music. Like if we just exclude, atonality or something like that, that's different. Life is a paradox, kind of. But it's definitely complicated. We didn't want to get to the subject of free will, but we had choice. We had no choice. Yeah, basically that. Yeah. Although Melkor shall see that no theme may be played that has not its uttermost source in me, nor can any alter the music in my despite. For he that attempteth this shall prove but mine instrument. So in a way, it is kind of created. Like, I think how religion kind of tries often to get around this is with the argument that, for example, the evil entity was not created evil in its origin, but turned to evil. And then from this point, the evil entity is tolerated in a part. But it always leads to the question, if it's tolerated then by this part, it needs to be... it becomes part of the plan, if that makes sense. It's a complicated, it's a really complicated topic. I don't want to dive too deep, because we definitely won't find the answer to this particular aspect. So it was not that you could maybe make the argument the evil was not created by God, or by Eru. It was tolerated, but the foundation of the evil is part of is an instrument in the part that Eru envisioned. But it's definitely a difficult topic, I think. From my perspective, as said, it would be I don't perceive, or I don't interpret it as that Melkor was created to be evil from its beginning. I think his idea, because that was always what he did, was to put dissonance into the harmony, and every harmony also needs a bit of dissonance, else something is simply missing. The dissonance has to be resolved in a lot of music again, but it's definitely an interesting concept, I think, of music. I think that's interesting. Yeah, that's some very interesting ideas as well, I think. But yeah, in this context, if he had a choice, he made it, and from this path, and that's very important, he cannot go away. And that's a good argument in the Tolkien universe I can even make for this. If we look into Nature of Middle-earth, there is a text that's also in the Vineyard Tengwa published, that is called the Osanwe Kenta. We talked about briefly I mentioned this name when we talked about Pengoloth, and at the very end of the Osanwe Kenta, there's a very how to explain. There's a very cool section that talks about something that is very important in Tolkien's. So who can say with assurance that if Melkor had been held in bond, less evil would have followed? Even in his diminishment, the power of Melkor is beyond our calculation. Yet some ruinous outburst of his despair is not the worst that might have befallen. The release was according to the promise of Manwë. So Manwë promised to Melkor that he could be released again. If Manwë had broken, the question basically what this section here discusses is, if Manwë would have broken his promise and not released Melkor, because also Manwë foresaw, when I release Melkor, he will do evil again. You know, he will do basically evil again, but he promised it to him. Like, of course, Manwë is not a fool. Manwë knew this might be seen as a mistake, but he promised it that there was a punishment for Melkor, and after that he would be set free again, especially if he repented from his ways. And that is what Melkor did. At least he pretended to do this, I guess. So back to the sentence. The release was according to the promise of Manwë. If Manwë had broken this promise for his own purposes, even though still intending good, so saying, no, I won't release you now, even though I promised it, I break my promise now, and I keep you in the halls of Mandos, where Melkor was imprisoned for 3, I assume, valiant ages. I break my promise now, because then the world will be free from evil. So even though still intending good, he would have taken, and this is the very important part of this section here, he would have taken a step upon the path of Melkor. I think that's a very smart observation or thought by Tolkien, in my opinion, because from the moment basically he breaks the promise to Melkor and says, no, I won't set you free, you are now imprisoned because I don't want evil in the world, he would do something evil in a way himself, and would potentially become the new Melkor, potentially, or would at least take as Tolkien writes, would have taken a step upon the path of Melkor. So this is basically how we can learn 2 things from this. That Melkor also had maybe a promise or a choice that he could make, and basically Eru potentially accepted his choices, his promises. And of course, Eru could have just undo Melkor at any time, but then he would have also broken his promise to let them be according to their characters. And Melkor did this decision, and even though Eru potentially sees this as maybe a mistake, or maybe it would have better for the world or whatever to do this, he would have to let Melkor do his thing, because otherwise that could also be seen as a step into the direction of evil. And since Eru is, I assume, to the understanding of Tolkien, and maybe if we have to maybe look more into the understanding of Christianity, that God is not able to do this. This is the only logical conclusion, that he lets Melkor basically do his things, even though that evil things follow out of it. But it's still, and this is also something we learn, a step Melkor actually took to become the Melkor he then became. He had to do something for it, and this was probably not happily accepted, but this had to be accepted and had to be permitted. But it was not like that he was intended to be evil from the begin with. He was just, I guess, intended to be the dissonant part of the music, which is needed for the music, though. And it's a very complex theological concept. I don't want to dive too deep into this stuff, even though it's interesting, and we talk about it for quite some time now. But this metaphysical ideas here are very, very interesting. That's also why Osanwe Kenta is such an interesting text. Like, there's an interview, I think, with Dan, Voice of Geekdom. Shoutouts to him as well. He made an interview with Carl Hostetter, who translated and composed the book out of Tolkien, used Tolkien's text to compose the book Nature of Middle-earth. And he said basically also the same, like that the ending of Osanwe Kenta is such an interesting part. And I agree with Hostetter here, and it's a really interesting read here, this particular section here. Yeah, Noah says, as each of the Ainur represent aspects of Ilúvatar's, Eru's, sword, they are essentially bound within the scope of those aspects. For example, they couldn't act in ways they weren't in line with this. Yeah, exactly. I think with Melkor, he had a decision to make and a step to make. And he did this step, and then he went on this path, and from there it escalated, kind of. And this could have been foreseen as well. Like, also Manwë could have foreseen that Melkor will for sure... maybe it's not a good idea to release him. But he knew he made the promise. He had to do this. And he did this because Manwë is... the brother of Melkor is wise, and Melkor potentially not. Melkor is powerful, but not wise. Manwë is not as powerful as Melkor, also powerful though, but he's wise. And wisdom also is a huge power in Tolkien's world. Even though I just separated wisdom and powerful, but I hope how I mean this. But this stuff about Melkor's evil is exactly Tolkien exploring the question of the origin of evil as part of his religious belief, isn't it? Potentially, but I don't want to go that far. I think the question with Tolkien is always, like Tolkien always says, that he doesn't mean his writings as like to stand for something. Like, it's not a parable, it's not allegory. And I think, though, what Tolkien did, though, with his writing is align it with his core Christian, or like his religious own beliefs. He tries to align it. And to align it, I think he wrote these texts. This is not necessarily to explore the nature of evil, but to bring it in line with his beliefs, if that makes sense. Like, it's a bit of what was there first. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't start writing the text, I want to write an allegory, but he wrote this text and wrote it according to his beliefs, if that makes sense. It's kind of a difference. Tolkien wrote Melkor to be potentially good, but with such massive creative power, he was bound to fail just like Fëanor. Yeah. I can definitely see this. Fëanor is maybe a good example, and Fëanor was also not evil in of itself, but the potential in him and so on, and the steps he took, the decisions he made, led them to become the Fëanor we know. It's always the question, right? If you, for example, from the perspective of Eru, if you know that Melkor is doing like working towards homebody writes it here, fine. He had to give Melkor the chance, no problem, but he was woefully blind at the mischief Melkor worked upon the Noldor and Fëanor in particular. That's a huge mess up for someone so wise. I think here, because we are in the realm of these supernatural beings, that it's a different thing, I guess, when you are like, Tolkien even calls Eru the writer of the story, if that makes sense. And like, you could make the argument, like, let's say other fantasy writers, let's say George R.R. Martin. Is George R.R. Martin evil because he writes evil characters? I wouldn't say no, he is not. But it's just part of the story. From this supernatural, metaphysical, creational perspective, the evil deeds that he like evil is potentially a very relative thing. But the discussion gets very metaphysical. Manwë never struck me as all that wise. I know why you write this, because Manwë is a very interesting Valar, I think, because of his position and a lot of his decisions and so on, and sometimes they seem completely odd and weird. And yeah, so he doesn't seem that wise often, but I think he is a wise character actually. But his perspective is just so much greater than compared to the others. Ulmo #1, of course. Ulmo's also a pretty cool character. Ulmo was also often against that, to be honest. That is also, this has been brought up a few times, but it's always worth noting that Melkor of all the Valar knew fear. That is true. That's also an important aspect. But yeah, it's it's really difficult. Like I said, in our world also, like if from a religious perspective, also many bad things happen, but it's still there. And it's always, I don't know how, it's kind of difficult. I'm also on the TPG Discord server. Thanks everyone. Yeah, there's a Discord server. ! Discord if you want the link. Sometimes there's more to do, sometimes less. Also post my streams and stuff there. Can get a role to get pinged and stuff. But yeah, I'm back to the discussion. So, I mean, we won't solve this. There is always the problem that, like, it's a ages-long discussion, a philosophical, theological discussion. I can't solve this here in any shape or form. But I still think that the concept of evil and what is good and what is bad is definitely, like, the more powerful you get, the more metaphysical everything becomes. It becomes less and less, like, the concept of evil becomes less and less developed, I think. From our perspective, we have a clear perception. If somebody kills another person, that's evil. For, like, let's say, lower reasons, like for greed or something like that. That's very easy. But what if you have the power to just, like, if death is not there, like, you can just snip your finger and then the dead person lives again. The question is, like, the discussion of what evil actually means from this perspective has to be a complete different one compared to all the other discussions. I'm also more in the direction that evil is more a human construct, or something that humans try to categorize a lot of things into, even though except for maybe very, very, very extreme edge cases, a lot of time you can find, like, reasons why people do certain things. But yeah, it's definitely a very complicated topic. And as somebody said in chat, we won't solve it here. That is true. A lot of the decision is needed to bring the plot forward. You know, that's a very good point, Homebody. Like, for sure, like, all the Fëanor does also, like, he's one of the most powerful and greatest elves of all time, but some of his decisions are just so bad. Like, you think, how can this guy be the greatest elf of all? He isn't even close to the concept of wise. Also, Galadriel does some strange decisions at times. And yeah, sometimes you just need to tell a story. You need this conflict. You need sometimes these characters to do their character things. But yeah, now we have discussed this here quite a bit. And it's already getting late here, chat. How long am I streaming? 4 hours. So that's for a sick Chris, that is potentially a very good time to slowly wrap it up here, because we also spinning in circles here in the last discussion, and I hope you enjoyed this for the most part. There are more questions I potentially didn't answer. We can maybe try to give some quick answers to stuff that was asked before. But sometimes the questions are too tough to answer quick, so it's always a bit difficult. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed this here for the most part. I hope I could answer the questions. It was a really tough one here at the end. Like, it's an interesting question, the what if, and then also the discussion if why is Melkor the way he is. That in of itself is like a fairly complex question. The only chance to end the stream soon, Chris, is to cue the credits. That is true. Of course, I potentially forgot the credit stuff again, so that's always the same with me, right? Let's see if we can do this here on the fly. So yeah, it's always a good hint also to hint at further content here on the channel, and at, I don't know, if you want to support this channel, memberships. I try to stream more frequently now again. My voice so far worked quite well. I hope there was some interruptions where I had to cough or something, or blow my nose or something like this, but for the most part, for talking for 4 hours straight, that was pretty good, I think. But I'm also looking a bit forward to shutting up finally. So there's that. I hope I could answer the question in a way that people enjoyed and was helpful. Thanks, I enjoyed listening. Great, much appreciated. Let me just see. Sorry I missed the beginning of the stream. Do you have a cold, or have you been suffering something? No, I simply caught a flu, and that destroyed me for a few days, and then I felt much better, but my voice took a long time to recover. Talking 4 hours straight, yeah, exactly. And as a result, I couldn't stream, because that's just too taxing on the voice if you are not... is not there and you have to cough a lot and so on. Yeah, I'm definitely almost completely done. I even feel like I can do longer voice recordings now again. That was still different last week, where I hoped I could already return to do stuff. I did one 8-minute video on the games channel, which was quite successful, I might add. And this 8-minute video was already pretty annoying to record, I have to admit. So I decided to not push it too far and just wait a little bit until I feel a bit better. And now I feel like a lot better, voice is doing better, and yeah. Glad, thank you for all the well wishes and so on and so forth. Much appreciated. And yeah, I'm a bit sorry for all the people, especially to my members and subscribers of this channel here, who also put a monthly fee to YouTube, and that YouTube hopefully shares with me, and stuff like this. So Noah and Sushan and so on. Much appreciated. Sorry when there's I always feel a bit bad when there's so little content, and you guys support me here financially and stuff. So that's as I said, really much appreciated. I try to get more to get more content out in May. I hope that works. Who is Elrond is still needs work. And hope I finish that soon. That always said. I want to make some gaming videos this month as well. So there's still my review / impressions video of Jedi Survivor, which is of course a bit late. There is, and I plan 2 videos about Cyberpunk 2077 on the games channel this month. I hope I manage to get all this done. Maybe some of it will be next month or so. I don't know yet. But I don't ever feel bad about feeling bad. Feeling bad is bad enough already. Yeah, that is very good advice. How do we do this, chat? I need to create a sequence here. And then we have to do the stuff here really quick. Feel better soon, Anakin Skywalker. Thank you. Also, you post a lot of cool questions. Much appreciated. Oh, and thank you for that as well. Yeah, if you watch this as a VOD, as always, I can only tell, and also here the live viewers, feel free to press the like button. In the VOD stuff, maybe leave a comment or so. Maybe check some of the other videos here of this channel. Recommend me further. If you haven't subscribed yet and you're still listening after 4 hours, maybe hit the subscribe button. I mean, I think most people here are already subscribed, so there's that. Is there anything I forgot? The credits. The credits are still in the works, so I have to do some time here. Currently on Twitch, playing Jedi Survivor. May the 4th is still, in my country, it's already the 5th of May, so it's over. But in a lot of other places on the world, today is still May the 4th. And I think I will return and play a little bit more of Jedi Survivor in a moment, after the stream on Twitch though. So if you want to see me complaining about a Jedi Survivor, or actually I have a good time mostly, but the game is unfortunately technically an absolute catastrophe. That is very, very unfortunate, I have to admit. They should have delayed this game quite a bit. I know most people are into potentially not into Star Wars or so. I'm also not that much, but I think it's a pretty fun game, and so far I enjoy it quite a bit. Like I said, I just would maybe, I don't know, be prepared if you want to play that game, be prepared for technical issues. It has also the tendency to crash my OBS. That is a program I use to the program I use to stream and record and so on. That is, as you can imagine, very annoying if your stream just suddenly your stream just breaks. It's always very, very annoying, I have to say. Like, I didn't have so many technical issues in quite some time, I have to admit. Like, that is just very, very annoying. I don't know what they were thinking. There are also quite a few bugs in the game. So there is that. I think I got everyone here in my list now. I maybe have overlooked somebody, but it looks kind of clean here. So quite a few supporters already. All I need to do now is export this here, and then we have the credits list already. And then we can have the final thing here and call it a day, I would say. Let me just put the right date in here. Export. And let's hope I find the file here on the thing. So yeah, of course I did not prepare, as always, the credits, which is of course my fault. You see, you always celebrate the end of talking by announcing a continuation of talking on Twitch. That is true. May the wind under your wings bear you where the sun sails and the moon walks, answered Gandalf. Yeah, fun stream, interesting convo. Take care of yourself. Yeah, thank you for all the questions and the nice words and so on. Let me now fire up the credits that I have to find again. No, it is here. Finally, there are the credits. It's not perfect. Some stuff in the credits is missing. I didn't have now the time to edit, but at least all the names of the supporters are in the list. That's the most important part, and the artists are there as well. Shoutouts to them. Kimberly80 we used today, Laura Talton, Jenny Dolphin. Usually we use Ted Naismith as well. I use him a lot, and Sara Morello also made some cool new artworks here and there. Shoutouts to the mods, Murdo, Reflective Rambling, and Andres and so on. I think Andres is not in the list, whatever, but I just shouted her out verbally. Here is the list. So thank you again, all of you. If you like Star Wars stuff or so, !Twitch or something like this should give the links there. I will be online there in, I don't know, let's say 20 minutes or so, something like that. Also, the ending thing was around. It was a bit messy today with the ending screens, but you already know this stuff here. I haven't prepared the end screen as well. But yeah, thank you people for watching. As said, see you next time. I try to be more frequent now again and do some also long videos here on the channel. Check out maybe the gaming channel as well. And see you people next time. Goodbye and thank you for watching.